Did I make it? Am I here? How we going, guys? Thanks for joining. Who's joining? Check the comments. Hello, Leander. Evening, how we doing? Who else is in today? Thanks for joining. Just quickly grabbed a drink here. So who do we have in tonight? Thank you so much for joining, guys. First stream of 2026. So I'm looking at a screen at what I can see here and also comments as well because they come up on here. Dean, thanks for joining, mate. Thanks for joining. What's everybody on tonight? Apart from obviously watching this live stream, what's everybody vaping on? Scan, thanks for coming. Thanks for joining, mate. So I'm just using my build mod and just currently vaping on this one. The 13 Heavens 9 Hells RDA from Comp Vape. So it's basically a remake of the Twisted Messes that I've got in there. And also what I have in here is some Dubai Chocolate by Fugly Warrior. Thanks for joining, Dion. Nevertheless, thank you, mate. So get rid of that. So that's what I'm currently vaping on at the moment. Let's get some things back on the screen. There we are. So Leander, you're on the Blaze Pro Max with the DIY blueberry cheesecake. Sounds nice. So I'm looking at, I think so, we've got 5 people in so far. So thank you very much for everybody that is joined. So YouTube, this is just an educational video. I'm not promoting the sale or selling anything on this video. I'm just sharing my vape collection and looking at a bit of nostalgia as well. So anyway, now that's out of the way. Oasis, nice to see you. Oh, Aussie, sorry, Aussie Cook. I always say Oasis. Good to see you too, mate. Happy New Year. All right, net tobacco. I'm not a net tobacco vapor, but I know people that vape tobacco love net tobacco. Anyway, what's everybody drinking on? I'm going to be cracking open this. So if you've catched my other live, you know that I like this Bertha by Northern Monk. It's normally a red one, but I think this one's a different one. This one's a golden Bertha. So the famous chocolate cake stout. And where are we? There we are. And this one is, come on, where's the percentage on it? I know the percentage anyway. 8.4%. 8.4%. Suicide Mods and Death Wish Mods Rift DSE, Ether V2 Borrow, and the Zeus Juice Hercules Geekbox. Very nice, very nice. Milk. Scan, you're having milk. Whatever you want to drink. Still have a good time without alcohol. So let's pour. Cheers, guys. So this is my favourite drink so far. I've got plenty of these in today. Bit of a head on there. Bit of aggressive pour there from me. Don't normally do that. Knock the froth off that. But yeah, this one is, compared to the red one that I get, this is more richer, a bit more flavour in there. Look at the head on that. That is absolutely ridiculous, guys. Anyway, Dion, coffee. Suppose that's nice as well. Still get a bit stimulated by that. So I'm going to pair it with what I'm vaping on currently, which is Dubai chocolate, which should go really well with this. If I can get through all the froth. Oh wow, that does go together. Really nice. Thanks, Dion. Much appreciated, mate. I was doing it last year, but the back end of last year had some family issues. My dad fell, so obviously family comes first, and I had to take care of him for a bit. So hopefully I'm back to normal, doing what I'm doing, which is not a lot really. It's just some really old vapor that's been vaping for long, that's got loads of well, not loads, but a few old school shit that I like to share, and I'm still adding to my collection as well of old retro shit, as well as me having some modern stuff. Like I say, today's going to be like it normally is. We're gonna vape something retro. We're gonna build something. We're gonna make a coil, and then I'll go through my favorite RDA of 2025. I only bought 3 RDAs, so it's my favorite out of the 3. Other people obviously might have bought more and might like something better. Azza, thanks for joining, mate. Nice to see you. Appreciate you joining. So we'll go through that. So don't know how long we're going to run, guys, so we'll get going from there. So let's get started. There's a few of it already in, so let's get going. Hopefully more people will drop in as we get on. That's a really nice juice. It's not very often I get pre-made juices, but this was absolutely amazing, and I got this on the Ohmzorum tour. So if you didn't go, there is another one next this year. Actually, we're already in this year. End of February, beginning of March. So there's always people posting about it if you need to. So guys, I'm working proper old school. I'm using my phone, so I will be moving the camera. I'll be moving you along so you can see what I'm doing. I'll show you what I'm vaping, show you what I'm doing. We're going to start off with this. So you probably, if you ever owned one back in the day, this is about 2015-ish. So the thing that I'm most interested in is the mod. I did have one back in the day, but it was lent out and never seen again. So let's get you in place. So sorry guys that I'm moving you over. Once I get a bit better with all my gear and stuff, I will have a better setup. It's a work in progress for me. I'm trying to get something so I can do it so you've got a view down a lot better and that. So here we are, wide thingy of my room here. So let me bend you down. Sorry guys, this is the best I can do with what I've got, so I appreciate it. So let me just keep an eye on it. Yeah, definitely, as it's definitely going to be a good one. It's going to be bigger and better, a lot bigger and better. So like I say, so yep, anybody remember this device from about 2015? Does this give any hints to what's in the box if you haven't seen my recent posts? Thanks, Dion. I do want a better camera setup than what I've got, so it can get a bit fuzzy at time. Nobody recognised this box or what might be in it. So I don't know if this is authentic or it's a clone. I think it is an authentic, but I don't know for sure. So we'll go with clone at the moment because I don't know if it is an authentic. So I'll give you guys a minute just to see if anybody recognises the box or remembers anything. Again, thanks everybody that has joined today. KVR, thanks for joining, mate. How we doing? So anyway, this is the Hell's Gate V2. The Hell's Gate V2. So if you've never seen one, or you're not a vapor from all the way back then, this is what it is. So everybody, thank you. I have said welcome to KVR, thanks for joining. So let's get the mod out. So this is the Hell's Gate V2. So there was a V1. I had originally the V1. Excuse the nails, they're a bit meshed up at the moment. So the Hell's Gate V2. Anybody remember this mod? Anybody? So this was a revised. So the chipping on there was like that when I got it. But the bottom caps weren't like this originally on the V1. So before I show you the top, anybody remember this one? You remember the name? Right, now I'll show you the top. So the top, it's a dual ATI setup. So 22mm, dual 18650 in parallel. So this came as a kit, but I'm more interested in the mod than the RDAs because I don't know if the RDAs were improved anything, but what I remember of the RDAs were terrible. They were crap. Yes, the Duaza dual 510s. KVR, you remember? I know, that is very mad. Very mad. So like I say, it came as a kit. So you got the mod, and then you got the two RDAs. So 22mm RDAs. They can be used singly if you want. So you get a drip tip, two drip tips for it. So if you're running it with both RDAs on there, you would use this chuff cap at the top with the drip tip on top. So because I've had it out and I've tested it and I've made sure everything works and everything, and what I remember of the RDAs were correct, they are shit. The flavour isn't great on them. Isn't great on them. So the build that I'm going to be putting on there is just going to be a simple round wire build, just so you can see it all set up and what it looks like. So not doing anything special with this build, we're just doing a simple round build to start off with. So RDA. So you got heatsink at the bottom, heatsink at the top. It was a craze back then, heatsink everywhere. Keep your RDA cold, big chuff cap there. Deep juice well. So it was a 4-post design with a T-post there. Please forgive the nails, they are terrible. So simple, nice deep juice well. I don't know if that's definitely not peak insulator. That's one of the things you had to run into. the melting and stuff, and then your center post spinning. Yeah, that's right. So 4-post design, that's right, as a, yeah. So with it all set up, which I'll show you in a minute, it all set up before we build it, what it looks like. So you can use it like that with a normal top cap, adjust your airflow, does it in single and dual coil mode there. And that's basically the inside there, like that. So if you were just running it like that, you could use your 510 adapter and 510 drip tip if you want, but you could also use this big chuff one as well, similar to what I'm vaping on now with a big chuff cap, but that's not great. The O-ring's not great on it anyway. So that's if you wanted to use it just as a normal RDA. But like I say, there's 2 of them, so it runs 2 RDAs. Oh, did you? Scan, that's good. Do you know who it was? I might take a look. So the second RDA is exactly the same, nothing different. It's just 2 of the same RDA. So basically, obviously, you'd put your batteries in. You'd put your batteries in as normal. Pop your RDAs on like that, obviously with the build in it. So like I say, it does run the 2 RDAs. So you got parallel batteries, so you got to be careful, obviously, with your builds as well. Definitely is retro. Definitely is, mate. So that's that, and that's that. So your top caps would go on. I'll just put them on as normal. So it'd be like that. Obviously, you'd set your airflow in front of your coils because they've got no tabs like RDAs have now. And then this bridge piece would sit on top like that. And then your big chuff on there, or your 510 adapter, and that would be it. So that's what it looks all set up. So now it's a matter of just building it, really, building it. So like I say, just a normal round wire build is what I'm going to be putting on these. Nothing special. The RDAs are not that good. I'm more interested in the mod. So I'll probably put the RDA that I've got on my building mod on there. But that's the Hell's Gate. So let's quickly do a round wire build. When was the last time anybody ever did a round wire build? If you vaped as long as I've vaped. So I'm just going to do a normal Kenthal, simple Kenthal, 24 gauge, 8 wraps, 3mm in diameter. That's what I'm going to do. Keep it simple. Yeah, definitely, definitely. They did some pretty wild things. It was an era of vaping where everything was modders. There was modders, you know, and stuff, and people made mods. People made their own mods, like I have done in the past couple of years. I made my own mod, just a simple mod, you know, a series 1 and a parallel mod. One of them of which I will be using today. So I'm going to be just using my normal Coil Master jig. 8 wraps, 3mm. Yeah, crazy wire too. Yeah, I got a lot of them as a years ago, and I've still got plenty. But my preferred build is an Alien with NI80, which I do have, which is probably what I'll be ending up doing today. Is an Alien later on, or some part of this build, this stream, should I say. So I'm just going to pull off, well, I was going to pull off some 24 gauge, nothing special. I'm not even going to pull it to make it straight. I'm just going to do some simple 8 wrap 3mm coils. Yes, I've got this Coil Master. This is probably my only Coil Master Coil Master kit that I had, and I've still used for all these years. Is that what you meant, Dion? So like I say, just simple 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So that's 1 there. Done. Nice and simple. I know this might be a bit boring just doing a normal round wire build, but I'm not. I've tried a modern coil in it, and it doesn't make any difference to the flavour, to be fair. So I'm not going to waste my time doing one of those coils. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Stovetop coils, yes I do. I think I've never made a stovetop coil as a, but I used to watch Rip Trippers make a stovetop coil. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Stovetop coils. Yeah, it's still the same one, Dian, that I've used for years and never changed. If it's not broke, don't fix it, sort of thing. But I would like a Vecto build kit. But there's so many out, so many out. Yeah, they are. 4, 5, 6, 8. So that's my 4 coils done. Plain and simple. Easy as that. Now let's get them mounted. So anybody as old as me been vaping that's built on this type of deck, here? Does anybody remember the struggles you used to have with these sort of decks, especially when using your coils? So I'm just using my normal drag 2 build mod that I use. Blue Coils used to make some good ones. Well, to be fair, I've always either made my own coils, and I've never tried professional made coils, but that is changing in today's stream because I'm going to be using some of these Steamcraft coils that I also got from the Ohms Are on Tour from one of their stands. So plain and simple, let's get this on and simple. So like I say, I'm sorry about the view that you guys have got, and I'll try and stay in camera the best I can. I do need these goggles just so I can see. Stovetops. Yeah, definitely. Stovetops I've never made, Dion. But like I said, I did used to watch Rip Trippers make stovetop coils on his. So I'm just going to quickly open these up. So the problem we used to have with these is it's not like your decks now, where at the bottom where the screw hits, it's not flat, it's hollow. So what used to happen is if you used to screw them down too hard, they used to snap your leads. And that used to be a piss take when you had to obviously make your coil again because you couldn't use it. It used to just snap your leads. So I'm going to try and stay in camera here And I know you can't see exactly what I'm doing, but I'm just going to place them about there at the edge of the deck, because I do want to push them into the center and then pull them up, so I'm getting my airflow from underneath. So all I'm doing is just tacking it down for now, because with these sort of decks you will have to keep going back and checking your post holes, because they used to come loose with all the stretching and manipulating of the wire. So always check. There we are. So that's the first one set in there. Well, that's the position I want it as well. Snip those leads. Watch your eyes and watch your eyes. Bit of dry mouth there. Let's have a drink. So you can probably see the dogs in the background. Our little babies. So like I say, just end of the deck like that, because for centering and then manipulating to the center, that's what I want to be doing. So with anything with 2 coils, it halves your resistance. So with 2 RDAs, it's going to halve whatever 2 coils you have in there. So say like these come out to a 0.3, with 2 RDAs, it'll be 1.5. So again, just a bit of manipulation, get it into place where I need it to be, which is about there. That's how I want it. Just like that, nice and simple. So I'm going to cut that one off. And with this one, because it's a bit awkward to get, I'm just going to pull and wriggle until it snaps off like that. Oh, snaps off really, not slip off. Oh, I'm going to try and do that, is what I'm going to try and do. There we are, and that'll come off there. So with that new coil, yes, so these 2 coils have come out as a 0.3. So hopefully final resistance should be a 0.8 for both. Yeah, 0.3 is where it stands now. I'm going to turn that down to about 40 watts. Right, some tweezers. So let's get there. So I'm going to pulse them a bit like that. Give them a bit of a strum and a pulse. So you want your coils glowing from the inside out. So same again, if you find that one's not heating up quick enough, it might be simple fact that one of the leads is loose. Like that. And as you can see there, they're both glowing nicely. Inside all the way out, nice and pretty. So I'm just going to put that to one side and get on with the second one. If I don't see your comments, I'm sorry. I'm just going to quickly get on with mounting these coils and then we'll get them wicked. So thanks for the people that are still joining. I appreciate it. So I'm going to get rid of that because that is absolutely crap, that. So I'm just going to quickly undo these and we'll get these quickly mounted so we're not wasting any time. So anybody, all the people that are watching, how long you've been vaping and what's probably the oldest device that you currently still have. Just to get some things going on in the chat, so it's not just looking at boring old me trying to mount some coils. And do you still have your very first device that you ever bought? Do you still have it? I could tell you now, my first probably sub-ohm device, I do have the mod, but I don't have the RDA on it. So same again, I want to elevate it and push it to the center like I have there. And then I want to check the post holes, make sure they're tight. These will back out on you. They're not like the RDAs that you have now with grub screws and stuff like that, where they don't back out when you tug on them. But these will, because just that's the struggle we had back in the day. A vape pen by Smock, was it? What was it called, Dion? Do you know what it's called? Because if I'm thinking about 2017, wasn't the well, no, that was Kangatech. That was Kangatech, not Smock. I'm talking about the Kangatech eFod. If anybody remembers that particular thing by Smock, but Smock saturated the market back then with a lot of shit. Basically, what Vupo is now is what Smock was back in the day. They just saturated the market with everything after they brought out the TFV4, their first big sub-ohm tank back in the day, which basically took over the sub-tank mini and the Atlantis, if anybody remembers the Atlantis tank. So I'm just going to quickly go around all my post holes and make sure that they're all tight, because they might as well, heating up, they might also back out as well. So, new coil. So, about the same. We're at about 3.34 on the build mod, resting resistance before heating up. So I'm going to run some hoot. I've had half a can at 8.4% of hoot. So it's at So I'm just going to heat them up, give them a strum, make sure that they're glowing nicely, which they are. So they're glowing from the inside out, like that. Oh, a Smock Express 900. Wow. I never had one. I've never seen one, Dion, but I have heard of them. So again, I'm just going to let that rest, put the other RDA on, and let's get it wicked up. Sorry if this is taking too long, guys. So the resting resistance on this was 0.36, like that. So cotton I'm going to be using. I am back to my Kendo Gold Edition. So I've got some of that. So I don't know if anybody's ever used it. It's probably, I don't know, bit like probably like Maviton. I mean, is Jefferton on today? But it's a bit like Maviton. It's unbleached. It's not bleached though. You do every now and then do find seeds every now and then, but most of the time you don't. But is extremely fluffy, and I hate to say it, there is a breaking time of a few vapes. Still works. I think it was when Smok actually made good devices. And I know it sounds weird because a lot of people are probably thinking, oh, well, I use Smok now and they're all right. Yeah, but I'm talking where when they paid attention to detail and they made stuff to last, or not just last 12 months, like they did go later on when making stuff. So it is nice and fluffy, extremely fluffy, nice. So I'm not going to thin this out, but I am going to comb it out a bit. Appreciate all you guys that are still here. So I'm just going to give it a little comb out, help with that capillary action, because it is a deep juice well. So I'm just going to trim, I'm just going to eyeball it like that. My throat is a bit straggly, so I apologise for the coughing. So I'm just going to swoop that in there. I just want it touching the bottom of the deck. Trying to see, make sure I am in thingy. So I'm just going to swoop it in. And then as always back in the day, make sure that there is a gap underneath. And then obviously when you've drenched it as well with juice, it will Firebolt. Yeah, I use Firebolt as well, Dion. It really is a good cotton. I either use this stuff that I'm using now, Kendo, or Firebolt. I did have some different ones before, but that's all I could get at the time, and that's what I did. So that is wicked nicely. So I'm not going to put any special juice on. I'm just using my private juice at the moment, my G14 classified. It is a custard, and I know what that tastes like, and I've got loads of it, that's why. So I'm not going to put a really expensive juice on it, if you know what I mean, or really, really good juice. It's only because I have basically a litre bottle of this stuff. There we are. So just priming them up, getting them nice. So a bit of heat there, they're nice and saturated on there. There we are. So let me get a bit of tissue. So if you see me throw stuff underneath my desk, there is a bin there. I'm not just chucking shit on the floor. So boom, right. Losing stuff, or not losing stuff, should I say. So I'm just going to pop that off. I'm going to just line my airflow in front like that, because these old ones, they don't have tabs where it sits there. So there we are. So that's one. So what I'll do with that is I'll put that one that's already ready on there. Like that. That's on there, ready to go. Alright, let's wick the second one. Thanks for the people that are dropping in and out. I understand that probably this is a bit boring for you, maybe, this bit. So again, I'm just gonna get some kendo cotton. Like I say, it's nice and fluffy and a lot like Firebolt cotton. It's very, very fluffy. And like I say, it's probably a bit like Maviton, similar to Maviton. Well, if you know Jaff, it'll probably be Jaffaton if you've got it off Jaff. So it's nice and thingy. Do the old roll and pull. There we are. So that's nice. That's not too tight. Nice and simple. Nothing special because, like I say, I'm not wasting my time putting a good build on here when I know the RDAs are really great. I'm just doing it for effect so you guys can see what it looks like. I mean, this device, if you're thinking to yourself, well, why did they make this device if it wasn't good on flavor? Well, maybe back then it was considered slightly good flavor, but the reason why people used to use this particular device was cloud chasing. There was a big thing back then, cloud chasing. Who's got the biggest clouds? Who's got the mech that's got the full power? Who's got the lowest build? You know, stuff like that. It was a lot of cloud chasing back then. So basically that's what this was used for. It was basically used for cloud chasing. So I'm just going to very gently just comb them out. Nothing special. Trim it by eye. Don't do what I'm doing. I am a professional. And then just do the old swoop in there like so. So it is a deep juice well, so that's why my wicks are this length. I'd probably say it's about 6 mils juice well, which back then, 2015, 6 mils was mega. People wanted deeper juice wells so they could hold a lot of juice in them. And yes, indeedy. So that's second one done. All fluffed up. Space underneath the coil for some airflow to get going. Yes, this is a real one. So again, about 40 watts. I just want to prime these in. There we are, and that is number 2, and spillage as well. Over dripping. Don't forget this is a 22mm as well. It's not your 25mm. There we are, and that's that done. So again, I'm just going to get my barrel and put it in front, or try and put it in front of those coils like that. That's ready. Just take that off, give that a wipe. Put the 9 heavens 10 hells, let's have a vape. So again guys, thanks for everybody that's still here. I appreciate it. Yes. There we are. Nice little vape there. So that one is ready. I'm going to pop that on the other 510. So this can't be used with one battery. There has to be 2 batteries in there, regardless whether you're running one RDA on there or you're running 2. You still need both batteries in. And These 510s as well are shallow as well. So that's that. Let's get some batteries. I've got a couple of batteries charged and ready to go. So pop my top cap on there. That's looking good so far. So I think back in the day as well, there was they did another one similar to this. Maybe somebody can help me, or in the replay. Was it the Triton? Or Trident? Was it the Trident that they did? And it was similar to this. It had a double ATI setup. So these are your bottom caps right there. These are adjustable as well and will need adjusting as well. So this is just basically for battery rattle. Make sure that your batteries are nice and snug and not rattling about, and I've got good connection. So parallel, so positive facing upwards, negative facing down. So I'm going to screw that on there, get that on there, get that going. There. So it's weird actually holding one of these, because like I say, it was years ago since I had one, and I did have the V1, not the V2. So I know that's made contact, and I know that's made contact as well. No rattle in it whatsoever. And we've got vapors on both of them. So they're both firing up. If I can get in camera shot, there we are. They're both firing up. So 0.3, so with these two RDAs on, 4 coils, it's going to be about a 0.15 on there. So that is set up. So boom, that's that. Now this is a bit airy or shitty, should I say, with the airflow. So what I'm going to do, if I can find what I'm doing, is I'm going to use the 510 adapter and just a normal 510 on there like that. So that's what I'm doing. That's a lot better. So what I'm going to do is I'll pop you back up here like so. Want to do that, so there we are. So we'll have a little toot on this, and then we'll carry on to the next bit. Oh, there we are. So I've just got some of my G14 classified juice on there, the Hell's Gate and Yep RDAs. So I'm running 2 on there. There we are. Bridged at the top like that, and we have got power as well. I don't know if you can hear that. So let's have a toot on this. So definitely a cloud chaser. Now, can I taste the juice? Yes, I can taste the juice, but it's not great. And plus 8 wraps is what I was willing to go to. I would have gone a bit lower, but with the RDAs being old school type RDAs, Obviously that insulator for the center pin can melt easily. It's not peak, they didn't have peak, so if you did super sub-ohm builds, it's most likely you'd need more than one RDA. You'd need two because you'd end up burning out the insulator. So that's why I've kept it like that. So the RDAs and the top bit will be for nostalgia, just to say that I've got one, but I will be using the mod. Not dual ATI setup. Not a dual ATI setup, just with a single ATI. I like it. I mean, it's not a wrap, it's like a brushed steel sort of finish on it. I'm trying to get there. Can you see it there? It's like a brushed stainless steel in black. This feels like this is what's under the black, because that is raised. And then the Yep logo on the back. Like that. And we have got some seepage there. Like that. So wow. So normally I would go a bit lower, but I don't want to burn the insulators out. But this was used for cloud chasing, plain and simple. It was a cloud chaser's dream, this, for cloud comps and stuff, if they were allowed. But like I say, back then it was more about cloud chasing. You had one or two items that were really good. One being the Twisted Messes RDA, the Velocity RDA, which I will be building on today. That's going to be one of them. But yeah, it feels nice in the hand. Nice clicky button. I don't know if you can hear that, but it's a nice clicky button. Like that. So I haven't had this apart, but I do believe there is some sort of protection in there, obviously, for the button. So there must be some sort of MOSFET in there for this type of button. Yeah, just getting no flavour whatsoever. Not good flavour. I mean, I can taste that it's custard, but imagine custard on like a volume 1. That's what I'll get. Flavour, I'll give it a 2 for that. But like I say, it's a bit of nostalgia. I'm not really going to be using these RDAs on it. But yeah, that's that. Any questions or anything? Just so I'm not babbling on and stuff. So blowing clouds, yes. Flavour, no. So I am getting a bit dry there, so I am not going to replenish it with juice in any way. So I'm just going to take them off. It's purely to show you it working, that it does fire 2 RDAs at once. And like I say, the RDAs they're not good on flavour. Like I say, it was more for cloud chasing. Like I say, cloud chaser's dream, this device was. Running 2 RDAs. It was a thing back in the day. Oh, look, I'm running 2 RDAs on one mod. And all that. And then some idiot will get a hold of it and silly things will happen. So while both batteries are in, I can, if I'm just running one RDA, which is what I'm going to be doing now, you can use either or 510. It'll work on either or. You do need both batteries in. It's not a matter of this battery being in, you can use that 510, or that battery in there, you can use that 510. Can't do that, you need to have both batteries in there. So what I'm going to do is, because I've been using this and I think it will look nice together, is I'm going to put my 13 Heavens 9 Hells RDA on there, which is basically a redone Twisted Messes. It's more or less exactly the same, apart from the airflow is different. So just to show you, so these 510s on this are high, okay, and these 510s on here are pretty long. So what I'm going to do on this is that I'm going to use a spacer because it doesn't screw down all the way. But just to show you that it works on both 510s, like that, so that will work. So as you can see, that's working on that. So that's working on that one. So again, I'm going to use a spacer because, like I say, the 510 are longer than what's on the RDAs that come, and the 510 pin is higher. So I don't want to damage the 510 pin, so I'm using a spacer, 22mm spacer, and again, it is working on the other 510. Oh yeah. Now, believe it or not, this one RDA has 10 times better flavour than these two put together. This I've got Dubai custard in, and I've had it on many RDAs and it's still good. That's why I love my retro stuff, because some of them that are still out there are still banging flavour, and plenty of power as well. And I think that looks good on there. I don't know if you guys agree if that looks good on there, but yeah, it's basically the mod that I'm more interested in on that one. So welcome other people that have jumped in. Thanks for jumping in. Kick-ass flavour on that. And this is some nice juice. I'm somebody who gets somebody who makes my juice, and I don't very often buy juice like this, but this is absolutely amazing. This by Fugly Warrior, Dubai chocolate. Oh, the chocolate on it tastes like chocolate. If you're from a time of me where chocolate is a really hard one, it either tastes like shit, smells like shit. It's a really hard one to do, but this one just tastes like proper milk chocolate, cream, and pistachio. Can't fault it one bit, the juice, to be fair. So that is build one, guys. So if you just missed, you might have to rewind a bit back to when I'm using this bit. Okay, but yeah, that is, it's 18650. Leander, 21700 wasn't out at this time, or if it was, it wasn't very popular at the time. 21700s, it came a bit later. So there we are, guys. KVR, you're talking about the Dubai custard, Dubai chocolate, sorry. But yeah, if you are, I'll agree with you 100%. They absolutely smashed it with that flavour. Absolutely smashed it. So let me put that away. So that's the first new retro thing that I've got. So now I'm going to make a coil. I don't make a huge variety of different exotic coils. I just tend to make ones that I use. So today I'm going to be making an alien. Yes, I've made an alien on previous lives, but if you're just stumbling up against mine and you're wanting to make your own coils, it might be helpful. So, as always, I will tell you what I'm going to be building on, and then I might take a break and get myself another drink on there. Another drink. So, what I want to build today is, if anybody remembers the Velocity RDA, they would have known that that Velocity RDA was an amazing RDA back in the day. I still use my Velocity RDA and I still rate it for flavour as well. It's got some of the good flavour, best flavour that compared to some new RDAs that I've used. But this is a clone. This is a Velocity RDA, but this is a Velocity Mini, which is slightly shorter. So for comparison, let me grab my other Velocity. So this is the full-size Velocity. So I believe I have built this on a previous thing, so check it. I'll have to check, see how it does. That's the full-size Velocity. And this is the Mini. So this is a clone because I never got the chance to get an authentic of them, but it's a clone. But this is a Mini. Mini is definitely a clone because they never made a Mini. But same concept, just shorter, and the flavour is banging on this. So I'm going to be doing 3-quart Alien for that one. So just for reference, I keep all my stuff in these pop tubs, keeps them nice and clean, and good for displaying as well. Good for displaying, but I've just knocked everything off. And there's another one somewhere else. Anyway, so Velocity. So Velocity, you might have heard back in the day, the Velocity style deck. So which is basically what this is. So it's the same. This deck is what changed it and made building a lot easier. So what I might do as well is, while I grab my thing, I might just give it a little wipe. Now I did clean this, but it is old as well. You know what? I'm not even going to build this. I don't like the deck. I need to be a bit more prepared with what I was going to build. But no, I'm not doing it with the deck looking like that. Right, let's find something else. Something else. 22mm in diameter. You know what? Let's go for, what have I got here? Done that one, done that one, done that one. Okay, so let's go for, who remembers? So who remembers this one? The Mutation X. So this is the V3, this isn't the V1. So who remembers that one? Yeah, Dion, definitely. The thing is back in the day when people made RDAs and mech mods and stuff like that, they only made a certain amount. So many hundred of them. So if you didn't get it within those so many that they did, your only option was a clone. Hence why I've got clones from back in the day. And it was the same with mech mods, and these weren't cheap as well. RDAs back then were not cheap. They were 80 to over 100 quid an RDA back in the day. And then you had cloners come and they would rip it off and you could buy it for 20, 30 quid. So who remembers the Mutation X? I'm sure an Alien will fit on this All right. So same old style 4-post design with a T-post in the center. One of those insulators that wasn't plastic, but that when they started getting a bit tougher on there. There we are. Dion, remember the name? Dion! Very, very good. You remember the name, but don't remember the RDA. No. I think the original Mutation X was probably 2013, 2014-ish. So I'm sure I will fit easily an alien in there. If it's not 2.5mm, a 3mm will easily fit in there. I'm sure I've had a 3mm alien in there, so we'll go with that. So that's what I'm building on. I won't reveal what I'm putting it on till after I've done the build. So strap on. So what I'm going to do is I'm at the end of my drink, so I'm going to go grab another one. It's exactly the same drink, it's nothing different. Have a quick break and go to the toilet. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put my hold screen on, guys, and I will not be very, very long. So chill, get a drink, do whatever. I'll be back in a couple of minutes, guys.
Nights we keep it lit, clouds so thick we never quit. Be back in a jiffy, don't you stray. Ring with refill and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more crowds to make. We twist, it gets more than
back, guys. Thanks for waiting.
All nights we keep it lit, clouds so thick we never quit.
Anyway, let's hope you like the hold screen, guys. And let's put that back up. There we are. And I'm back, guys. Thanks for waiting. Got myself another Bertha. It's my favourite. So I'm one of these. I stick with what I like. And I forgot there was some left in this one. Let's hope this pour will be a lot better. I'm going to be off my tits, guys. So if I start talking shit like I have been doing, just, I don't know, go with it or just tune out. I'm not bothered, guys. There we are. And we're back and topped up. There we are. Cheers, guys. A quick drink. Quick vape. So guys, this segment of the video is simple. I'm going to make a coil. I'm going to teach you how to make the coil. So to some this might be boring and long drawn out, so I apologize. But yeah, if you're somebody who doesn't use pre-made coils, you know, and want to get into making your own coils, obviously sit back and watch. I'm going to be making a 3-core Alien NI80 26 gauge wrapped in 36 gauge. I'll try and get you in as close as I can when I am making it, so you can see what I'm doing. I'll tell you what to do step by step, what I'm doing, how I'm doing it, and so forth. Okay, so if you have any questions, please do ask along the way. And I apologize if I don't get your comments straight away, but I will look back as well. So I'll be back and forth and I'll show you my setup. So basically what I'm going to be using is this little table that I've cut down. So when I'm doing my coil builds, excuse me, how about a bear with me? So it's just so my eye length, it's going across my eyes like that. I'm not flat on the desk, down like that. So this is what I'm going to be using. So you can use a normal cordless drill or anything that you want. I'm using this. This is a Daedalus Pro. You can't get them now, but back in the day I used to use this, but it took the fun out of making coils, you know, the proper way. So I'm just using this because this is what I've got. I'm using my flat core chuck that I got from the Handy Coil factory in France. Okay, so that keeps all my cores nice and flat and straight and not all bunched up in a normal chuck. So I do have my batteries that I've had on charge. So far guys, are you enjoying the content so far? Is there anything that I can make a bit better? Probably, apart from my camera angle and stuff like that, that will get better as it goes. You know, when you have kids and grandkids, you never have any money. So I'm just placing it on there like that. So to keep it all steady, I use this clamp. I got it from Lidl or Aldi. I can't remember which one. They still got them. I think Lidl have got 2 for the price that I paid for one of these, which was a £5, and I think they do 2 heavy duty ones for £6 at the moment. So all I'm going to do with that is, oh, so that's already out like that. So all I'm going to do with this is I'm going to use this just to secure my drill in place. That's all I'm using it for, and adjusting if I need to. So you could do the same thing with a cordless drill. You know, you can clamp it down, and all that does is it stops it from moving. So I have a swivel, which is this thing right here. Let me move you down just a touch. So it's basically a bench vise, also got from Lidl ages ago. A piece of wood, a hook with 2 ball bearing swivels on there. I did get these swivels with this Daedalus Pro kit. We can go to a fishing shop or eBay and get the ball bearing swivels, nothing less. It has to be ball bearing swivels, otherwise they'll just fail on you. I've got 2 on there, so if one fails, one still spins. So I have that, and we'll get to that in a minute. So the wire that I'm going to be using is some Stealth Vape 26 gauge NI80. So that's going to be my core. It's going to be a 3-core, and then alien part is going to be 36 gauge NI80 as well, also from Stealth Vape. Now, There's different variants of aliens, whether it's 2-core, 3-core, 4-core, 5-core, 6-core. Now, because I'm doing a standard alien, which is a 3-core alien, you do your D-core off the same size wire. Okay? So, if you take away a wire, you need to do it on a thinner wire. If you add a wire, you need to do your D-core off a thicker wire. But if you're doing a standard 3-core alien, whatever gauge you're using, use the same wire to do your D-core off. So NI80, it's a soft wire, so you can put it in your truck and pull it and straighten it so it goes straight. But this is a thin wire and a soft wire, so I should be able to just do the pull. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stretch out 3 pieces of wire. 2 wires I'm going to do about 30 centimeters, which is about 12 inches. I'm going to do 2 pieces like that. Then I'm going to do another piece which is about 40 millimeters. Okay, 400 millimeters, 40 centimeters. So the bit that you're going to do your D-core off, you need just slightly a bit more wire because you need a bit more D-core for your wire as well, if that makes sense. Oh, Dion, do you? Yeah, I used to use Crazy Wire, but Crazy Wire have stopped doing wire now. They stopped doing it, then they came back, and then they stopped doing it again. So I had to go to a different supplier. But they never had an i80, so I never could get an i80. So I did switch to Stealth Vape. Yeah, it's a good wire. Is it the best? Probably not. There's a lot of wire out there that's best. It's just affordability as well. So what I'm going to do is, as you can see I've got these goggles on. I am blind. Even with glasses on, I am blind. It just helps me to see stuff a little bit better. But once I get to the intricate parts, I will bring you closer so you can see what I'm doing. So all I'm doing with this is I'm going to grab a piece of wire, pull it, and stretch it a bit. I know I look silly, guys. I know I look silly. But I am blind. So I'm just going to pull out a piece like that. And then all I'm going to do is grab it with this end, and then you'll feel it give a bit. And once you've done that, as you can see, your wire is nice and straight. But you can use the drill and chuck method if you want. It's a thin enough wire, so I don't really need to do that. If I was using Kenthal, maybe. So if you're getting into making wire, or you're considering doing aliens, because aliens has been a bit of a weird one for me. I could never do them straight away, and then all of a sudden I could do them. I don't know why. I couldn't tell you why. I could not do it 1 minute, left it 3-4 years, started again, put my hand to it, and I could do it. So same again, another piece of wire, give it a little stretch so it's nice and straight. I'm going to take 30 centimeters, 300 millimeters. So I always give myself extra wire because I need extra wire to play with, to put in the chuck, and then also to put in the swivel. So I always do extra wire. It's always better to have extra wire than need more wire and you haven't got it. So that's 2 pieces of wire just here at 30 centimeters, 300 millimeters, and then this one I'm going to do at 400 millimeters, 40 centimeters, and this is the piece of wire that I will be doing my D-core on, and we'll get to the D-core in a second once I've got these bits cut. So there we are. So that's your one longer piece that you will need for doing your D-core, or basically it's a Clapton that you take off the wire. So I'm going to lock that off, get rid of any excess wire. I've got loads of this wire, so that's why I'm not bothered about the little piece of extra. So you're going to take your long piece, or your longest piece, your 40 centimeters, or whichever measurement that you're making. You want the piece that you're doing your D-core off, you want it to be longer than your other 2 pieces. So say like you're doing a 30 centimeter piece of alien, you want to be doing like 40 centimeter of D-core. You need that slight extra to obviously do it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to undo my chuck here. So it's flat, it keeps everything thin, it's got teeth on it. Alright John, yeah, down it. So anybody who's interested, John in chat is on Facebook. Go see him, he does some 3D printed stuff and some other bits as well. Go follow him or go make friends with him. He's working on something for me at the moment and I've only just realised, so I did see it. Check your messages. So there's a little divot in the centre so you can centre your wire, so that's what I'm going to do. Anyway, thanks for joining, John. Nice to see you, mate. Thank you. Don't forget, guys, the best way you can support this channel is to hit that like button, comment, share, subscribe. It doesn't cost you anything. And for the replay crew, the likes and the comments help get this video in the face of people it needs to be. So I'm going ahead of time here. So in one end, I want to put a little L in there. This is typically for mounting the wire. That's why I always have extra wire to play with. So I'm going to place that in the divot just there, the center divot or the center crease, like that, and then clamp it down. So the L that I've put in has got a little bit sticking out there. That's to mount my wires on. So same thing here. I'm going to put a little L for mounting on the swivel. So you can see that there. I won't move you just there and bring you up a bit just there. And there we are. So I'm going to bring my swivel across. I'm going to mount it into the swivel. I want to be pulling that way, keep it nice and tight. Then roll that piece around there just to lock it in. And you're locking it in like that. So nothing special, you just want to lock it in just so it doesn't come apart like that. So sorry guys with the moving of the camera. So you want to do that, keep it nice and taut, pull it, mount your swivel. You want a certain side of slack in it. Now that's too slack. So I'm going to pull this a bit more taut like that and secure it down. So yeah, that's all right. You want it like that. You want your swivels to spin. So as you can see, they can spin. So if I hold that, that one still spins. So that's why I've got two on there. So you want that to spin. There we are. So decore time. So when you're doing aliens, you're basically doing a normal Clapton at this stage. On boy Josh, yeah? Yeah. On boy Josh, yeah. I used to watch him and Nick Devine as well, Dion. Have you ever watched Nick Devine or N Devine? He used to do some exotic cars. I used to watch them both. So like I say, you just want your one wire. So basically at this point you're making a Clapton coil with this piece. Okay, so this is where it gets slightly difficult. So the way you do your decore, you need to wrap it the opposite way you're comfortable wrapping. Okay, so there's no point me saying to you clockwise or anti-clockwise, because depending on which way you do it will be the opposite way. I'm left-handed, this is why my drill is on this side. So for me, I like to wrap clockwise. So over the top, basically, like that, over the top. Now, if my drill was on that side and I'm right-handed, it'd be the opposite way around. So I prefer to wrap over the top. Okay, so take this into consideration. If you like wrapping over the top, you're more comfortable, you need to do your decal wrap the opposite way. So if you like to wrap over the top, you need to do your decal from underneath. So say it's clockwise, you want to be doing it the opposite way around. So if you like to wrap that way, decal that way. Oh, right, okay. So yeah, go check him out. It's n.divine, I think, or Nick Divine. I'm sure you'll find him on thingy. He does some coils from back in the day, and I can put him on the side and make coils and just have him in the background watching what I'm watching. You know what I mean? So, yes, John, that is Coco on the bed. Coco and Lexi, they're both here, chilling out. Yeah, definitely, Dion. Go check him out because he does, as well as Boy Joss, he does some more intricate coils as well, and he's got loads of videos. Brilliant, brilliant reviewer for making coils. That's one of the reasons why I'm doing my lives, is where I can teach people how to make coils. If people are interested in making their own coils, not many people are, you know, and that's good. That's good. So anyway, like I was saying, is anybody confused with what I said about the wrapping? Or if you're on the replay, don't forget, comment and I will reply. We decal from this way. So I've got my 36 gauge NI80 just there. I do apologise. So what I want to do is I want to get you here where my wire is. Right, so hopefully that'll stay there nice and not go under thing. So as you can see, I've got this little bit here. This is just basically for mounting my wire on. So I like to wrap over the top, so I'm doing my decal from underneath. So basically at this point, you're just making a Clapton coil. Okay, this is the only time of the build that if you mess up, you can correct it. Once you get that twist and you pull your decal, once you go wrong, it's game over. You have to start again. So I'm just going to mount my wire. As you can see, I'm wearing my goggles. It just gives me a better view of what I'm doing and close up because my eyes are the best. I'm getting old. I'm not that old, but I'm getting old. So I've mounted the wire there. Good thing about this is I can slam it all the way to the end. So 90-degree angle for your Clapton. No sound. Can you hear me now? Can everybody hear me? Dion says no sound. My microphone is showing that it's on. As you can see that green light. Can everybody hear me still? Can everybody hear me? I'll wait a couple of seconds. Can everybody hear me still? All I want to know, guys, is can you still hear me? Right, I can see comments coming up, but they haven't loaded up on the screen yet, and I can't see. So as soon as they pop up on my screen, right, okay, yeah. Oh, right, it's perfect. It's okay. It's your end. Okay. All right, not a problem, mate. Not a problem. So, like I say, I've mounted my wire. I've got it coming underneath the wire because I like to wrap over the top. Simple 90-degree angle like any other Clapton coil that you would do. The only difference is with a Clapton you would normally have your wire held pretty tight, so obviously your decal doesn't come off your wire. In this case, I want the decal to come off this wire. I want the springy bit to come off this wire. So as much as I'm going to be holding it hard, I'm going to be holding it softly enough for the springiness to slide off this wire, which I'll show you in a minute. So make sure your drill is in the opposite way to where you want to do your final wrap. In my case, it's underneath. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to get going. So like I say, basically all this is now is a Clapton wire, and that's all you need to do. Not holding my spool very, very tight at all. I'm holding it pretty loose because obviously I want this bit to slide. Andy Crew, thank you for joining me. Aussie Cook, that's good, thanks. So 90-degree angle. So in this case, if you mess up and go back on yourself, this is the only time you can correct it. You can stop it, reverse it, take it off and redo. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put you here now so you can see the rest of what I'm doing. This is just a simple Clapton, so this is basically what I'm doing. So this is what I'm doing. So thanks for joining, Andy Crew, or is it Andy CWE? Sorry, a vaping. I'm just assuming that it's Crew. So anyway, let's get going. So I want to go all the way to the end of this wire because it will spring back a bit after the cut. So I'm sorry if this bit is a bit thingy. It's the speed that my drill will go, or this drill will go. So I'm just holding it, making sure that there's no imperfections, keeping it at a right 90-degree angle, not holding my spool very, very tight. So I'm using the same gauge wire because I'm doing a standard Alien 3-core Alien, which is 26. So I'm using the same 26 gauge wire to do my D-core. The only time you have to use a different size wire is if you're taking away or adding a wire. Like I say, if you're taking away a wire, it has to be done on a smaller wire. If you're adding a wire, you've got to do your D-core on a thicker wire. So the way that works is if you're taking a wire away, you go two gauges up to a thinner wire. So say like I were doing a 2-core Alien 26 gauge, I'd do this part, my D-core, off a 28 gauge wire. If you're adding a wire, you go down 2 gauges. So if I was to do a 4-core Alien, I'd be doing my D-core off a 24 gauge piece of wire. You go down 2 gauges for every wire you add, up 2 gauges for every wire you take away. But if you're doing a normal standard 3-core Alien, you do it on exactly the same gauge wire you are using, which is 26 gauge. I hope that makes sense, and I hope my microphone is doing its job with drowning out the drill, and you can hear me a bit better and not so muffled. So thanks to everybody that has stayed for the live so far. I appreciate it. So my drill is behaving silly. It's a good job I've got another one of these kits that a friend gave me, which is the gentleman, if you're still in the chat, John Hibbert. He gave me a brand new full kit of the Daedalus Pro, which I have got in my drawer. So if this drill goes, I've got another one to chew at. So I'm going all the way to the end of this wire. I want to go to the end of this wire because when you cut it off, it will spring back. And I'll show you that in a second. So I'm nearly at the end, and I'm just going to slow there, or stop there, should I say. So, bring you here to what I'm doing here. So this is not... So anyway, that's... You can basically see what I'm doing. It hasn't focused properly. But what you'll see is when I cut this tail off, it'll spring back a bit. So I want to leave it a tail on. Doesn't have to be a big tail. I just want to leave a tail on. So as you can see from there, it sprung back to about here. So you want to take that into consideration as well. So that's your decore done on here. Let's get you here so you can see what's going on. $8,080s, eh? So let's have a quick drink. Cheers, guys. A toot on the Hell's Gate. Great juice. John's tried a bit of this juice, so he knows what it tastes like. And other people that have tried this juice will know what it tastes like. It's just absolutely phenomenal. Phenomenal juice. Beautiful and tasty. Like I say, that RDA smashes those two RDAs. So John, if you haven't catched it, catch the beginning of this so you can see what I'm talking about this mod that I've just vaped on the Hell's Gate. So what I want to do now is I want to chop this end, this little tail off here. Right, now I'll bring you in close. There we are. That's a bit better. So here, as you can see, if I move, can you see how the decore moves? That's what you want. You want it to move freely like that, so it's easier for taking off the decore, which I'll show you now. So take autofocus off. So what you're going to do now is basically decore it, which is take the springy thing off this piece of wire here. So where are we? Excuse me. So I'm going to chop the end off here like that. Right, now because I've chopped this end as well and it's moving freely, I want to grab and pinch this end here and slide it off. You don't want to snag it or do anything with it, because then that's when you'll get imperfections with your build. So I'm just going to push that off there like that. If you find that it is hard to get off your decore, you've held your wire a bit too hard when doing your decore, don't worry. What to do is, whatever direction you did your decore in, start spinning it a bit and then pull it off, and it should make it easier for that decore to come off. Just spin it like that. So basically that's what you want, is this springiness here, or the decore, which is your Clapton bit. So you want to be careful with that before you stretch it. Now let's set up my wires. So I'm doing the 3-core alien, so I want 3 wires set up. So I'm going to grab my other 2 wires that I've got here, which are 30 centimeters, 300 millimeters, if you want to do it like that. This one is going to be longer, so all I'm going to do with that is I'm going to measure it and make them all equal and level. So all I'm going to do with that is I'm going to get the 3 wires, put them side by side like that. Make sure they're all level here at the end. Run my finger up, and then at this point here I just want to make them all level. So that's what I'm going to do there. So what I'm going to do is make sure each wire is next to each other like that. So this is where this chuck comes in handy, because it keeps everything flat. Yeah, so to make a Clapton, you've got to make an alien, you've got to do a Clapton. That's what gives you those wavy lines on gives you the wavy lines on an alien. If you know do you know alien coils, Dion? Which is basically, I don't know if it'll show up good, but it's basically what they are there. See those wavy lines? That's what that decore Clapton is going to make on this build. Can you see those wavy lines? Hence it being an alien. And it's a lot more better for flavour than a regular fuse Clapton. Well, keep watching, Dion. If you're ever interested in making your own coils, then this is the show to be watching. So I'm basically making an alien, is what I'm making. So like I say, I want to make sure they're all parallel next to each other like that. I'm going to load them into this chuck. Like I say, there is a center point, so I'm going to make sure my center wire is in that divot in the center, which it is. And then I'm going to clamp it down. Well, I'm going to try and clamp it down carefully. There we are. So that's center in there. Now I want to run my hands across here like that, making sure that they're all next to each other. So like I put it in the truck, next to each other, that's how I want it. Now in this case, you're going to need some help, because if I was to just put it in my thingy and then obviously do the alien part, there's a chance that the middle wire will collapse in the center and ruin your build. Okay, so this is where things can come in handy. Now, I'm using a guide that I got with the Daedalus Pro kit, This is for 26 gauge. Now you can buy these online at different vendors. I just use this as an extra precaution, but I use key rings. Now you can use little things that you can put on there that keeps them straight, but for what I've got, I'm just using thingy. Now if you haven't got, you can use key rings, you can use a paper clip, you can use hair snap clips, you can use them as well, just to keep them flat for when you're doing your alien part. So what I'm going to do this end is I'm going to make sure they're all next to each other, run my hand down so they stay next to each other, then I'm going to feed it. Then I'm going to feed it onto my wire, and what this will do is keep the wire nice and flat along with the key rings. So I'm just going to cut the end of them off because they're not all straight. So this is just an extra precaution for me. If you haven't got one of these core holders, don't worry. Just use a key ring, snap ring, paper clip, whatever you want to use. So I'm keeping them all straight, all next to each other. I'm going to do the same. I'm going to put a little L in just for mounting on the swivel. So an L just like that. Keeping all the wires next to each other like so. So I'm going to bring my swivel in. Yes, you can do. Yeah, you can do that, Scan. Because, yes, you can do that. Use a thinner gauge wire. So in this case, I'd probably use the same wire that I'm doing my decor, which is 36 gauge. You can do that. You can also use tape as well if you want. You can use tape to secure them and keep them all flat. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to load that in flat so they're all next to each other there. I'm going to swivel that round and wrap around like that to lock that in. Yep. So keeping it tight. So again, I'm going to mount my swivel and lock it in. And you want about the same tolerance as you did with the decor, like that. So all your wires are parallel. That guide slides all the way to the end, like that. So this is if you haven't got a guide, use a key ring. So what I'm going to do for precaution is I'm going to mount a key ring on this side, because this side will twist up, but it'll help it not twist up as much, if you get what I mean. This key ring I'm going to mount round this guide. So I want the guide to be in between the keyring or in the center of the keyring. So the keyring will keep them all flat, but the guide is just an extra precaution because I've got a guide like that. So where are we? Is everybody having fun so far? I hope you are. So let me just lock in this. So basically, I moved away too far, too fast then. Oh yeah. So as you can see, the wires are next to each other, they're not on top of each other, they're side by side. This is what the keyring helps with. The guide is an extra precaution because I've got it, but you can buy these guides as well. So the way I'll be doing it is what's easiest for me is I'll be doing a little bit, stopping, coming across, doing a little bit and stopping. Right, so this is the trickiest bit, and unfortunately, like I say in all my streams, I cannot tell you how to do this bit. It's something you're going to have to play around with, and it's something that you're going to get wrong, you're going to get right. But if you get it wrong, you're going to have to start all over again. So this is the part where that decal that you pulled off, you're going to stretch to get that wavy line effect. Now, the stretch, because different decals are different sizes, different gauge wires, and so forth and so forth, I can't say pull it 30 centimeters, pull it 10 feet or whatever, because different lengths of wires or whatever anybody's doing at that particular time. So you want to stretch it so it's sort of like a wine cork screw. Now, if you overstretch it at this point, it's game over. You can't use that wire. You've got to make a brand new decal. So don't stretch it too far. It's always better to understretch it so you can have a bit of a pinch when you're doing your alien bit than overstretching it and that alien bit being completely useless to you. So like I say, this part, I cannot tell you how to stretch your decal because of different length, different gauge wires and so forth. It's something you're going to have to play with. So rather understretch it than overstretch it. If you overstretch it and it's overstretched, you have to do a brand new decal. You've got to start from beginning. If you understretch it and you've got a bit of a pinch, that can help you as well, because then you can just pinch tighter and it'll stretch a bit more as it feeds through. Does that make sense, guys? And I'm sorry if I'm talking a bit gibberish, but 8.4% and 1.5 cans can do that to you. I don't want to talk a load of shit, even though I am talking a load of shit. That got me a bit. Right, so let's get stretching the decal. The bit that I cannot help you with, it's something you're going to have to play around with. So the best way I can tell you to play around with is what I did, is practice on thicker gauge wire, which is what I did. Because I had plenty of thicker gauge wire, that's why I practice. When I was practicing, I was doing 24 and 22 gauge 3-core Claptons with a 32 gauge alien wrap. And because I've got loads of that wire, that's why I practice. So if you have thicker wire, always practice with thicker wire. It's always easier to practice with thicker wire before you go on to your slightly thinner wires, which is what I did. I just found it easier practicing with thicker wires to begin with, to get the rhythm, to get the pinch right, to get the angle right as well, because angle also plays a part in it as well. So I'm going to use one of these, which is just a clip. I'm going to clip it on here like that, which is where I'm going to put one end of my decal to stretch it. So As you can see, this is why I left tails on them. For stretching and mounting, and that's on both sides. So all I'm going to do with this wire is I'm going to pull the end a bit, just so I've got a better mounting surface. So that's all what I've pulled of that. So there we are. I've just pulled a little bit of end just to mount it. So I'm going to mount this part in here and just clamp it down here so it's nice and tight. And this is where the stretching comes. So it can be by feel and also by look. I do it by look, that's why I use these. But it also can be by feel. It's something you're going to have to play around with. It's either going to be one or the other or both, like it is with me. It's feel and look as well. So I'm just going to move my chair out. So you can see what I'm doing as I'm doing it. So I'm just going to open my door because I'll probably need to be out of the door when I'm stretching it. So you want to grab the other end and be very, very careful with it. You don't want to snag it or overstretch it in certain parts, because then that's when you're going to get imperfections with your wrap. So with this end, it's also got a tail on. Get your pliers. Okay, I'm just using some curved ones here at the moment. But just use some pliers, some flat pliers. You want to hold very, very tight. Now, when you pull, and if you let go of this end, it'll spiral. As long as you can untangle it, grab hold of it and pull it a bit, and it'll stretch it out a bit. So, stretch. So, I'm stretching. As you can see, I'm out of the door. So, I'd say about there is good. So, when you release your pliers, the wire's going to probably spiral a bit. So that's what you want to do. Now, this is the part where you have to be very, very careful with this decor. If you snag it, you're going to get imperfections and it's going to go bad. So I do the stretch method. I don't do the pull method. So be very, very careful with this wire now. So what I do is the little end on this side, I cut off so it's flat, because this end is going to end up on the carpet. So I don't want it snagging. So this is a good time if you've got a big space as well. So very, very careful. You don't want it twirling on itself. If it is, you've got to be very, very careful. Very, very careful. This is the hardest part of the build, is not snagging your wire. So with this long wire, I'm going to thread it. I know it sounds stupid, but I'm going to thread it underneath my chair because I want it all the way and make sure there's no twists or catches with it. And hopefully I haven't gone on the wire there doing that. So I'm going to release this end, and same again here. I'm just going to make it pretty and cut the end of the wire off. So you want your decor to more or less look like that. So can you see how it's like a corkscrew? That's how you want it. But you don't want to overstretch it. So hopefully I haven't overstretched it. I don't think I've overstretched it, but that's how you want it. Like that. So still being very careful. I'll bring you into here so you can see what I'm doing. There we are. And lock in some focus here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to thread the wire in between one of these wires, is what I'm going to do. So I'm just going to use my nail just to lift one of these wires and thread it through. So as you can see, top wire, I've threaded it through. All I'm going to do with my keyring and guide is I'm just going to use that to push to the end like that. So this part is where you're establishing your pinch, how much pinch you need, whether you need pinch or don't need pinch. If you're lucky and stretched it perfectly, you won't need no pinch, you just need it to flow through your hands. If you need to pinch, just increase your pinch, so as it's feeding to it, it stretches a bit more till it gets to it. Now, pinch. So you pinch, the way I do it is I use my thumb and first finger here, and I keep it down like that. So what I mean by down is I keep it parallel to the wire I'm feeding. Now some reviewers will say if you need to increase your pinch, just twist your hand forward or backwards to increase the pinch. Now when I do that, I find that the wire that's feeding up to my hand starts spiraling and knotting. So I don't do that, I just keep it flat like that. If I need to increase my pinch, I increase it by pressing hard. If I need to release my pinch, obviously I don't hold the wire as much. So when you're doing an alien, you don't want to do it like a Clapton where you hold it at a 90-degree angle to your wire. You want to be slightly ahead of the game. Okay, so you want to be so you don't want to be straight parallel, you want to be slightly like this. You want to be slightly, so if your drill chuck is there and your swivel is on that side, you want to be slightly tilting towards the swivel. You don't want to be right angle, because then that's when you're going to have problems. You want to slightly tilt your wire on an angle like that, slightly ahead of the game, to whichever way your swivel is. If your chuck is on that side and your swivel's on that side, obviously your tilt's going to be the opposite way if you're right-handed. I'm left-handed. So, can I get you in a bit more closer to see what I'm doing? There we are. There's a little bit closer. So, keyring is keeping the wires flat and together. The guide is just an extra precaution just to keep the wires flat. So your first couple of wraps will be establishing if you need a pinch, if you don't need a pinch, and getting it going. Now in my previous live streams, or when I started to live stream, I didn't use these and did it with 3 wires, and my middle wire ended up collapsing and I ended up ruining it. And the way I do it now is I'll do a little bit up to here, stop, move this across, carry on, do a little bit, move across, carry on, move a little bit. So I'm leaving myself a little bit of a gap there, just so the wires stay flat and even together. So like I say, this part is just establishing your pinch and getting going. So when you did your decore, I wrapped from underneath. This way I want to wrap from over the top now. So I've just switched my drill into the opposite direction I did my decore on. Don't forget to do that. You need to do it the opposite way round. If you wrap your alien the same way you did your decore, it's not going to work. So you need to do it opposite. So I did it for this way. I did anti-clockwise for my decore, and I'm wrapping it clockwise now this way. If it's the opposite way round and your chuck's on that side, it'll be the opposite way. It'll be clockwise for underneath and clockwise for over the top. but that's depending on what you're comfortable doing. I'm comfortable wrapping over the top rather than wrapping from underneath. So, I've got plenty of room in front of me. I've moved my seat back so my wire's not going to snag. It'll work better if you've got like a tiled floor or anything, because this floor's smoother. I've got a carpet, so that's why I took the ends off that were bent, so it doesn't catch on the carpet and stretch the decor more than what I need to. It stretches it extra. I don't want it to do that. So, cheers if you're jumping in and jumping out. So, let's get going. I've got my drill in the opposite direction I did my decor. Right, let's get established. Like I say, you're just establishing your pinch on your first couple of wraps. You want to be at an angle like that. So you want to be slightly ahead of the game. You don't want to hold your alien at a 90-degree angle, because you'll go back on yourself. Also, this is the part of the build, if you mess up, you cannot stop, rewind, and then correct it. If you mess up, you're going to have to carry on. You can't go back on yourself. If you go back on yourself, you're going to mess up your build even more. It's one of those things, if you mess up, I might mess up in this one, you just have to carry on, and hopefully it won't affect the outcome of your build, basically. Is everybody with me in what I've just said? Right, let's get going. So I want to keep it slightly ahead of the game. So I'm on an angle now. So I'm just holding the wire at the moment until I establish my pinch that I need to keep. So I need to pinch a bit more. There we are. I've got a pinch. Once you've got that pinch, you need to keep it there. Don't decrease it. Don't enlarge it. Just keep it going. Keep the pinch as you need to be. And then wrap. And as long as you stay ahead of the game or on that slant, you should be good. There's no rush. There's no need to rush it. If there's no need to rush it, I used to rush it and mess up. And that's where I used to mess up. If you have to stop, give it a little stretch as you start off. Like I am doing. I'm giving it a little stretch just to get it going. There we are. And then carry on. And in these little sections here, you should be able to go a certain speed. I can go any speed doing it this way, as long as I don't decrease or increase my pinch. And then stop. And pull this bit over. So as you can see, on this, it's wrapping next to each other, but still got that wavy line. Move you across a bit so you can see what I'm doing. So again, because I've stopped, I want to give it a slight stretch or pull down just to get that first wrap perfect, and then carry on. Now your fingers might hurt or your hands might get sweaty. You're just going to have to, once you've started, put up with it. But the result of the coil at the end of it will be worth those slightly sore hands. So again, I've stopped, moving my bit over a bit, stretching slightly just to get that first wrap going. And then once that's going, I can increase my thingy, keeping my angle of my decor slightly ahead of the game. And as you can see, it doesn't matter how fast I go or slow I go, it still stays nice. But you've got to, when you stop here, not to decrease your pinch that you've got. You need to keep that same pinch there and not decrease it. You'll notice that this side will be a little bit tangled up, but that's why you're using the key rings. So give it a little stretch just so it goes over that bit there and get going again. So as you can see, at any speed I'm alright, so I can increase the speed and then mess up. But I haven't messed up, but yeah, I can increase the speed, keep it, and that guide and that key ring will stop your middle wire from collapsing. So all I'm doing is I'm just turning it round so the bottom part I can just pull a bit and get into place. So I'm going to get going. There we are. So again, I can go fast, I can go slow. I haven't decreased or increased the pinch that I had on my wire. It's feeding okay. So there again, I'm stopping again. Move you down a bit more. So I'm going to move that across a little bit. So again, I'm going to pull just so it goes over that bottom part just to get going. So there we are. There we are. And I'm going again. So we're not doing bad at the moment. So I'm hoping this part is enjoyable for you and you're getting what I'm saying. So as you can see here, you can see it's a bit clumped up here, but as I move this along, it'll stretch it and put it back to where it was. And again, I'll just want to slightly pull a bit just to get going again. So there we are, and I'm going. Keeping ahead again, keeping that angle towards the swivel. And I'm increasing my speed, but not decreasing or increasing my pinch as I'm going. And then stopping again. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let go of this decor now. So I want to take this one on the end off. So this is where it can get a bit tricky because I've let go of the decor. But what I want to do is I want the flat part to be in front of me, so the curve I can see and I can just pull it so it fits over that first bit there and then carry on slowly. There we are. Keeping the pinch. It can be hard as well, getting the pinch back once you've let go once you've let go of the decor bit. So again, because I'm getting to the end of my decor, I want to put my hand a bit closer. So again, I want it at that angle, I want to pull a bit just to get it over there. There we are. And that's it, that's done. That is the Alien. So let me see if I can get you close enough to obviously see what's going on here. So I will get you a better close-up of the wire. Basically, that is the alien. All done. Now, as you can see, there is twists and stuff in it. Do not worry about that. Ni80 is a soft wire, so you'll find that when it comes to wrapping it, it'll come out, or a bit of adjustment will be needed, but I'll show you that as it does. So that is the alien done. So if you've got any residual end bit here, which I have just slightly there, all I'm going to do is I'm going to cut it off. There we are. And then I'm going to just cut there. I'm going to pull these bits off because I don't want to lose them. There we are. Thanks everybody that's still here and still stayed. So, boom. Right, so will it work now that I've taken autofocus away a bit better? Get you a better close-up of it once I've cut it off. But basically that's there like that. Chop that end off as close as possible. So I'm just going to quickly measure this. I should have enough there for 2 coils. So there we are. There we are. So that is the 3-core alien wire done. So that is the alien, guys. I hope that was helpful. Give you a little idea of how to make a coil. If you're the replay crew, just drop a comment, and I'll help you any way that I can. But yeah, basically that's how you make an alien. So 2.5mm is what I want for this RDA, which is a 22mm. So using my Coil Master jig as well, again, I'm just going to be using this part. I'm not going to be using the bit that you wind it with because it'll mess up the wraps. But I want round about 6 wraps on a 2.5mm rod. Now, when you do these coils, you're going to have 2 sides. So one side's going to be flat, as you can see there. And then if I spin it over, you can see one side's got a ridge or like a dip where the middle wire is. So you want the flat end against your jig and that little dent on top. It helps with the juice getting into those crevices. So that's the flat end just there. So I'm going to be using my coil jig and I'm just going to be wrapping as normal. I'm not going to be using that bit that I made the round wire with, because all that's going to do is it's going to knacker your alien part that you've wrapped around. So flat end against the jig, the curvy part on top. And like I say, it is twist a bit. You might have to twist it a bit, but it should come out in the wraps. So first wrap is always your most awkwardest. You want that as tight as possible. So 2 and 3, 4, 5 and 6. Hang on a minute. Right, have I messed up here slightly? Which I might have. Which I have. So I've done a 3mm, right, which is going to be, should be all right in this deck. So with it being a 3mm, I'm going to be doing a 5 wrap rather than a 6 wrap. So let's get that, and I'm going to try and cut it. So that's the first coil there. Same again, flat end you want it against the jig, and the one that's got the ridge in the center, you want it on top. And I'll show you this coil after I've wrapped it as well. So same again, you want it on the end. First wrap is always your most awkwardest. So make sure it's nice and tight. 1 wrap, 2 wraps, 3 wraps. No, sorry, 4 wraps and 5 wraps there. There we are, and chop that end off. If you've got any spare that'll make a little coil, do that. If not, then that's not a problem. So let me show you these coils up close. So there they are. So some triple core fused Claptons, 5 wraps, because I've done them on a 3mm jig. Sorry about that finger. So 3mm, 5 wraps because I've done it on a 3mm. If I'd have done it on a 2.5mm, I'd have done 6 wraps. But basically that is your alien with those swirly lines. Right. Let's get this mounted on to an RDA. So we're rounding up to 2.5 hours. I'm not watching time at the moment. It runs for how long it runs. So like I say, this is my sort of my retro part. This is just the new retro part that I did earlier on. So because I'm not doing any more coils, I'm just going to make my work area a bit more cleaner. So a bit of housekeeping. I'm just going to take this end out of there and coil down. So that flat jig that I got from Handy Coil Factory is a big help, because if you've used a drill before, if you've made any sort of coil or multi-core coil, you know that your drill, because it goes into a circle, can mess up your wires. So that is a good purchase and not very expensive, to be fair, even getting shipped into the UK. I think it cost me about 30 quid. Excuse me, pardon me. So there we are, we're a bit more tidy. Move that out of the way as well. Right, let's do the same. Let's get mounting. So this is the best I can do at the moment, guys. So I will eventually get a better setup going on and a better thingy. But like I say, when you have a family, you don't have much money to splash out on cameras and stuff like that. So just this is the way I'm doing it. So you could even say this is even filming it retro ways as well, with a phone. Can't complain about that. 13 hells, 9 heavens. So RDA, Mutation X V3. So the V1 had 3 post design, so the middle post shared the one lead of 2 coils. The V2 had this setup, but for some reason they had a certain triangle screw in them, which I didn't ever understand. And then they brought out this V3, which is basically exactly the same as the V2, only they had Phillips screws, not that triangle crap that you get it. No problem, Aussie Cup. Thanks for joining, my brother. I appreciate it. And you can always get the rest on the replay as well. Don't forget, the best way you can support the channel is to like, subscribe, and share. Also comment, also on the hashtag replay as well. Those likes and comments helps push this video forward. Because you know what it's like for us vapors at the moment with YouTube, so it does help and it doesn't cost you anything as well. But nice to see you, Aussie Cup. Thanks for joining, brother. I appreciate it. Appreciate you taking the time. Appreciate everybody taking the time to come and see me talk a load of crap. And just hope the content is good for you. If any way you can tell me how I can make it better other than my current setup camera wise, please feel free to comment. I want to make it better for people to view and stuff, so yeah. So I'm just going to mount it more or less the same way. It's not like RDAs that we've got today where everything is all center and everything. So you need to give yourself just a little bit of extra leeway for manipulation, centering, and stuff like that. So I've got that one down. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to got that mounted. Not perfectly, but I don't want it perfect yet. Like that. So I'm going to cut the ends off. Because these old RDAs, like I say, they don't have a flat bottom at the end. It's hollow. But with more modern coils on an old RDA, they don't snap the leads as easy. So let's mount the second one. So this I might have to pre-cut my middle lead. Let's see how that goes. So I'm going to have to pre-cut my lead that goes in the middle. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do it bit by bit. I'm just going to chop a bit off like that and see how that goes. Like I say, leaving myself plenty of space for manipulation of the coil. Like I say, these are RDAs where everything is perfect. So you have to take that little bit of extra care with them. So I'm just going to mount it more or less the same, just slightly extra than what I need, just to give me that bit of leeway for manipulation and getting it all centered and stuff. So that's both coils in, not perfect, but they are in. So now I'm going to push and manipulate, get them into the center and perfect as possible. Need to take that one off as well, that end off as well. So that's how I want one of the coils to look, all centered and stuff like that. So I'm going to do the same with the other coil using my Coil Master jig. So just going to straighten it, get it in the center, and there we are, like that. So they're both in the center, plenty of room there as well. So because I've been pulling and stuff, I want to go back and check all my screws. One of the things you had to do with older RDAs, because they won't grub screws, so when you used to pull it and stretch it and stuff, the screws used to back out, which is basically what they've done here. And I'm tightening them all back up. So there we are, we're all back tight now. So basically that's what it looks like. Now what I want to do is I want to make sure that it's center. I also want to make sure that, I know you can't tell that, I want to make sure that this, obviously your coils that you've got, you don't want it to interfere with your barrel and airflow. So I'll just check that. Just going to swivel my airflow, which I can feel a bit, so I'm going to push a bit more if I can and move it out the way, which I have there. Same with that, I'm going to pull. I'm sorry if you can't see this absolutely clearly, it's just my setup that I've got at the moment, which is a bit better. So it's out of the way of the surrounding sides, so I'm going to pop that back on. I'm just going to spin my airflow just to make sure it's not hitting the coils, which it isn't. So we're all good. So because I've been moving yet again, I'm going to check all my posts, make sure they're nice and tight. So we've got a solid connection there. So that's the Mutation X V3. Triple post design with a modern coil on there. There we are, beautiful. All post holes are down. So I'm just going to zero out my mod, put that back on. Is it a new coil? Yes. So resting resistance at the moment is 0.7, which will come down as you heat and pinch. I'm going to bring the wattage down to about 40 watts, and that resistance should jump up to about a 0.1, a 0.11 resistance. So let's introduce some heat to this and get them glowing from the inside out. So let's get going. Strumming as you go along. It'll probably be more responsive with a more modern deck, or should I say it should heat up a bit better with a more modern deck. Because it's a triple post design, it'll probably need some movement and stuff, and some strumming, pinching as well. Some people don't pinch. I pinch. I think it helps. A little pinch here and there can also help. Got some nice colours at the moment as well. So as you can see, they're a bit erratic at the moment, but they're getting there. Got some nice colour to them as well. So I'm just going to keep strumming, keep introducing heat. I do find with these older RDAs, which is the post design that they can be a bit temperamental, take a bit more time to do your coils. But even with heating, yes, again, I'm going to go in. That one was slightly loose. That one was just slightly. That one's tight. And that one's just slightly loose. So even with heating and pinching on these older RDAs, you still need to go in and check those post screws. Like I say, they're not grub screws, so they will back out on you, unfortunately. There we are. I'm going to introduce a bit more heat, so I'm going to go up to 55 mile per hour. Okay, what was it? 8.4%? Let's have another drink. Talk a bit more gibberish. 8.4 mile per hour. So 54 watts, not miles per hour. So sometimes adding a bit more fierce heat to it can also help it. Just keep strumming, making sure that they all heat evenly. And from the center, I'm going to bump up a bit more. I'm going to go to 65 watts. There we are. So I'm going to just tug at this one. I'll tug like that. And that can help things as well. I'm looking for hot spots. So if you're not familiar with hot spots, they're like little lightning bolts in your coils, which this one doesn't have. So if you get like lightning bolts in it, just strum it. Do the inside as well. So they're heating up nicely from the inside out. There we are. They look good. So they're heating up nicely. So I want to zero out my mod again to get a final resistance. So I'm just going to unscrew it off. I'm going to zero it out like that. I'm going to let that cool down for a second so we can get a final resistance. This is working well. I like this mod. This RDA, like I said, this RDA here tastes a lot better than those two other ones put together. But it's how I remember. The one the best RDA is what I could remember, and it was the same this time round with the V2. So yeah. John Boy. So John Boy, what do you mean by what size did you say I want? Thanks for joining as well, John Boy, if you've just joined. Um, um, what do you mean RDA? Do you mean this RDA that I've already built? This RDA that I've just built? Because these are old school RDAs and they're 22 millimeters in diameter. They're not like the ones that we have today, which are 24, 25 and above. Like I say, the Mutation X, which is this, is a good 10 years old. Yeah, okay, yeah. So, preferably I do like, same as you, 24 or bigger. But because I've got these older devices and they still pack a punch with flavour, is the only reason why I use them, and I still use them. I've got stuff that I've built over during the years, and stuff that still tastes good and still builds good. I still use it. Why not? Sometimes old is gold, and with this one particular, the Mutation X, with a more modern coil in it, it does a lot better than just a simple round wire build. An OMC, I don't think I'm familiar with the OMC 30mm. Is that a high-end RDA or just a normal standard RDA? I don't think I've heard the OMC. John Boy. So, they've cooled down. I hope I'm helping anyway. So, it's asking me if it's a new coil. Yes, it is. So, final resistance for those coils is a 0.11, which is perfect for what I want it for. So John Boy, are you John Hibbert? John Boy, are you John Hibbert? And why have you got different names? Worse than a Muslim, you. Keeping it below the radar. Right, let's get this wixed up. So I'm going to be using same stuff that we're using before. Kendo Gold. So let's get this wicked up now. It's cooled down. So one little pull from this should wick both coils. And I know straight away that's not enough. So I want to pull a little bit more off there. So like I say, this stuff is really, really fluffy. It's why I prefer it. Alright. Why not? Sounds a bit weird, change it. So this stuff is really fluffy. It's my preferred. It's always been my preferred. Kendo or Firebolt cotton. I do like that. And I just want it to go through nicely. And you don't want too much resistance in it. You just want enough. Don't want it too thick like a Scottish wick. If you're familiar with the Scottish wick from back in the day. You just want it nice. You want it moving. You want it tight but moving. So again, just roughly measure and cut. You can always make adjustments later on if need be. So I'm sorry if you can't see what I'm doing. So again, just excuse me. And chop the excess off. So I will be thinning out this coil, thinning out this cotton, should I say. Yeah, I tend to not thin it, scan. I tend to not thin it as much if I'm using an RDA. I tend to thin it more if I'm using an RTA. But thinning it out obviously does help with that capillary action. So I am going to be thinning it out slightly, but not a lot. I just want it fluffed up so it wicks up that juice perfectly. So nothing too major. I give this a quick trim, nothing special. You just want those ends to be still nice and fluffy and to hit the bottom of the deck. Now this deck isn't deep, but it's not shallow either at the same time. So I tend to do the swoop motion. So I'll swoop it in under the coil like that and hit the bottom. Now I can tell straight away that's still a bit too long. So I'll give it another little trim there, and the same on this side because it's long, and another little trim there. I just want the ends to be right. So Scan, I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. I'm not an MTL vapor. I've never been an MTL vapor. It's not something that's my speed. Since I started vaping, I've been a sub-ohmer, and I've always sub-ohmed, or not been an MTL vapor. For me, it's just I can't get an MTL perfect or right, should I say. I use this. This is the only borrow that I have, and I have tried it in MTL with the MTL pins because I do have a Mob Mini bridge for this, and just can't get on with MTL. So I'm just going to swoop that in as you do. And same with here. Sorry if you can't see what I'm doing. Like I say, I am working on getting a better camera setup to what I've got now. It all will take time for me. So again, just swoop that in nicely. Just want it to touch the bottom of the deck. It's not overflowing with cotton or anything. It's just perfect. And you can do a bit more adjusting once it's juiced up. So basically that's what I want there. Like that, hole underneath it, like so. So loose MTL scan I do, but legit MTL, I don't know, it's not for me with that one. So with this one, I'm going to juice it up. I'm going to be using my G14 classifier, which is a custard based juice. There is another flavour in there, but I can't talk much about it. So I am going to be using this one because I know how it tastes and how it performs. It's my favourite juice, and I have a lot more of it in my drawer. So let's get this juiced up and introduce some heat. So I don't want it at 80 watts, which is its recommended one. I just want to get it primed. So get it juiced up and pulse it a bit, and it'll draw that juice into that coil, which is what you want it to do. You want it to draw that juice in. Give a bit of extra juice to the cotton as well. And like I say, you just want to make sure that's saturated and pulling juice in, which it has done there. And today has been a day of spillage or over dripping. Yeah, so you probably have the slight thing, like I say, I will do a loose RDL. Yeah, I will do that, but MTL, legitimate MTL, no. It's just not for me. Yeah, this one that I've had over a year, and when I got it, obviously, it's from somebody who makes juice that wants me to keep quiet about it for the moment because they might be releasing it, but was willing to do me a litre of juice. I've got it this bit in a 250ml juice, but in my drawer down here, that's what I've got left of a litre bottle of my juice. So I've got about probably just over 250 mils in that 1 litre bottle. It's it's a very tasty juice, but like I say, it's one that I cannot talk about until the person that makes it for me says I can talk about it. But it's definitely got custard in. I'm a custard person. I like custards. Anything to do with custard biscuit vapes, donut vapes, stuff like that. I will be all over. So it's definitely over a year, and with salts. So that's my coils at the moment. Nicely saturated. I will pump that up a bit more. So I'm at 0.11. There we are. And you can see that's working. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make sure that the cotton is saturated and not blocking airflow. So this is a good thing as well when your juice is wet or your cotton's wet, you can obviously make it a bit better. But yeah, that's what we used to do back in the day for one of them. and that's saturated and perfect. So this, I mean, I'm a mech guy. This is going on a mech. Most definitely going on a mech. So I'm going to get that on there, make sure there's nothing untowards, it's still firing. I need to find the drip tip for this because it's a certain drip tip, which is that drip tip just there. So there we are. That is the RDA all set up. Alien, more modern coil on there. What am I going to put it on? What mech am I going to put it on? So I'm going to put it on the single 18650 mech from back in the day. Let me grab one. So I'll stick it on this. So anybody just from the look of it know which mech this is. It's an 18650 mech. I'll show you underneath. And I'll show you the top. It is a hybrid. Mech mod. Anybody know what this mech mod is? Excuse me. I apologise. Don't mean to be so rude. Wow. So Scarred, yeah, I get what you mean. I'm more of a dessert flavour. I'm not a colada or an ice flavour person, although there is one or two that I will vape that have got a bit of ice in, but I'm not an ice vapor. I'm more of a dessert flavour. The only time I will vape fruit juices is if I get vapor tongue with my dessert flavours. That's when I'll do fruit flavours. Dion, is that pass for the mech? That might be something I need to do, Scarn, is maybe invest in a bit of malic acid to make something a bit sour. I do like sour. Excuse me. Bit of dry mouth. So, Dion, yeah, this is not the pass. Now, let me just do a quick check of this one. This was about. So. So. This is about 11 years ago, Dion. So this is the Praxis mech mod. So the only threading it's got is from the top. There's no threading at the bottom. It's a bottom fire mech mod, but it isn't one of those that you just press. You have to press this in like that and then press down on the button. But if I do that, it's just going to make the button come out, but there's no threading there whatsoever on the bottom bit. You're lucky, Dion. Vindicator. I'm still on the hunt for anything Kennedy-wise. I'd love a Vindicator or a Kennedy mod. in my collection. I just haven't come across one at the right time and the right price that I want to get it from. But I would like something from Kennedy. I would like a Mech Mod and a Kennedy RDA. I did have a Kennedy RDA, but I messed it up. Human error, not anything to do with the make or how it was made. It was just human error for me. But yeah, Vindicator, I bet that's sweet. Is the Dion, is the Vindicator just the mech, or is it the one with the Kennedy attached to it as one piece? I can never remember that. Or is that the Ruby, the one with the Kennedy attached? So hybrid mech mod, meaning that there's no pin in between. So it's straight at a battery connection. So basically that's the switch in there. There's no threading on the switch. The only threading is on the top cap. So my RDA needs to have a protruding pin. Now I know this might look like not much of a protrusion, but I've used this RDA on this mech and it's protruding far enough. The center pin, the brass pin there, out further enough. So when you're using a hybrid mech mod, you need to make sure that your pin is protruding. So let me just put this up like that. So on a hybrid mech mod, which is what I'm using now, you need an RDA that's basically on the right. Now I know the pin on this doesn't protrude that much, but it protrudes enough for me to use it on this hybrid mech mod. Okay, so you don't want to be using an RDA that's on the right, which has a pin that's flush with the outer 510 connection. You need to have a protruding pin. If you've got one that's on the left, do not put it on a hybrid mech mod, and don't put a sub-ohm tank on a hybrid mech mod. You're just asking for trouble. Only a device with a protruding pin like what's on the right. So now that's out of the way. Use battery safety as well. High drain batteries. And make sure that is. So scan. Oh. Shit, Scan, that's going back a bit. Homeboy's lemon drizzle cake. I think I've tried that. I've never had a bottle, but I've tried that. Oh my god. Yeah, the Hyperion V2. Yeah, go for it. Go for it. Hyperion, I'd recommend, and I'd also recommend the Sidekick if you want something that's 30mm-ish and 21700 Sidekick. This is what I've got. It's a bit dirty at the moment. It needs cleaning. Side fire. That's affordable. I think that's the thing now. Back in the day, you had more clones because companies only did a certain amount of them. In this day and age, authentics are made reasonably priced so people can have them, basically. So a lot of my old stuff might be clones, but some recent ones I've got are authentic. Same with this one. To be fair, I can't remember if it's an authentic or a clone, so we'll just call it a clone. It probably is a clone because I don't think I paid a lot for this, so it probably is a clone. But yeah, the Paraxis. So, hybrid top cap, you want it to put it on your RDA. So in this case, I'm going to screw the top bit onto the RDA like that. As you can see, the pin does protrude, not a lot, but it protrudes. Sorry about the fingers, guys. My nails are messed up this time around. But I've used this on this mech, so I feel confident in myself. If you're not confident and you think you've got any doubt whatsoever, don't use it. Use an RDA that's got a better protruding pin, which in this day and age with recent RDAs, you will have a longer pin. Back in the day, it was hit and miss whether you had one or not. Dion, the two-piece Kennedy, yes, definitely. I think it was the Ruby that was one piece. But yeah, I've even heard that the guy that makes Kennedy is a nice guy, even though he doesn't do mech mods anymore. He is known to every now and then make Kennedys for people that still want them. He'll still make them. But yeah, I would love a Vindicator Kennedy. Oh my god. That would be absolutely amazing. But it is in my list of many things that I want. So, I'm using 18650. I'm using a Molicel P28. It's got an ODB booby wrap and mashup with all the girls, similar to my mat that you can see me building on. It's got all the girls on there. There is more girls that have appeared since this wrap, so there is another 2 or 3 girls, you know, that show their boobies. So, because I've got venting at the top, I've got those little cutouts just there at the top. For venting, I will be running my battery positive side up. If your venting is at the bottom and it's a single mech, you can run the battery upside down. Just like now, I can run it upside down, but my venting holes or a bit of venting is at the top. So I want the positive at the top, because batteries, if they are going to vent, they're going to vent from the top. So there we are. So I'm just going to take that and basically screw that on there. There we are. And that's that. We got power. Yeah. We have power. So I'm going to leave it wide open. These old RDAs are not like these modern ones where there's a tab that it sits in. So you've got to make sure that your airflow is where the coil is. So this RDA is like any other RDA from back in the day. You can run it in dual coil or single coil mode. I run it in dual coil. But I'm going to be running it fully open. I think for this build I will be running it fully open. I won't be closing it down. So it's open both sides. And we definitely have power there. So that is number 2 out the way. So thanks for everybody that is here, still here, staying. Hashtag replay crew. That's perfect. So the Mutation X V3 on the Paraxis mech mod. let's take it for a toot. So with this button, you have to slide it. You have to slide it and then push up. So getting used to this mech was hard back in the day, but yeah, let's give it a toot. Again, just an RDA that's still tasty. And again, this RDA on its own is a lot tastier than the Yep RDAs that I built at the beginning of this stream. So yeah, it takes a quite while getting used to with the button, because most mechs are just buttons that you just press up, but it's sort of like its safety feature that it can't be pressed. You've got to slide and then press. And yeah, still a banger, an old banger that still has good flavour. I know the flavour of this juice, and banging, absolutely banging. And clouds for days, guys. So that is number 2. So again, guys, I'm going to go for a quick break, get myself another beer, 3rd beer, and I'm surprised I'm not on my arse at the moment at 8.4%. But I will be getting another one, exactly the same beer, 8.4%. So I'm just going to go for a quick break, quick pee break, and I'll be back for my favourite RDA of 2025, and we'll be putting some of these Steamcraft coils in there. If you're not somebody who uses Steamcraft coils, maybe consider it. It's my first time using professional made coil ever, so this is my first experience, and this will be going on my favourite RDA of 2025. So I will be back in a jiffy, guys, so just stick to what you're doing. Thanks for sticking around, those who have stuck around. Right, sorry guys, messing up here. Come on. Right, where were we? There we were. Having a break. Back soon, guys. If you don't choose straight, refill and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more clouds to make. Max all nights, we keep it lit. Clouds so thick, we never quit. Be back in a jiffy, don't choose straight. Refill and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more clouds to make. We twist, it gets more than a game. Call sight, flavor on blast. Living that vape life, building fast. Back, guys.
Max all night we keep it lit. Clouds so thick
So
we
thick we
never
never
quit.
quit. Be back at Jiffy, don't you quit.
Goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more clouds
More
to
fun to
make.
make. Oh. Proper like this track, mate. Right, guys. Thank you. And thanks for the ones that have stayed and whatnot. So, top up on the drink. Same drink. Because it's my favourite. If you've never tried a flavoured stout or you're into flavoured stouts, give the Bertha a try. Golden Bertha, Morrison's, you can get it at Morrison's. This is where I get it from, Morrison's. But yeah, cheers, guys. So far, we have got the Hell's Gate that we did build the original kit, but I'm using this 9 Heavens Hells, 13 Heavens at 9 Hells RDA on here. And I've got Dubai Custard from Fugly Warrior. I've just built this, put an alien on here, 5 wrap 3-core alien, 26 gauge wrapped in 36 gauge NI80. On the Mutation X V3, on the Paraxis Mech, and is Rowdy. And this one's got my G14 classified juice on there. Delicious. Those are some absolute tasty clouds. Top up that. Top up that. Right. Let's get to my favourite RDA of 2025. Now, I buy all my own shit. I'm not fortunate enough to be one of those reviewers that gets sent stuff to review, which I'm not moaning about whatsoever. Not all. I bought 3 RDAs this year when money allowed it. One which was the Vortex 30mm RDA. The second one was the Recoil V3. And the other one was the Bonza Pro RDA. Now, out of those 3 that I've vaped, my favourite from those 3 from 2025 is the Bonza Pro RDA. So some people probably already have one of these and know what I'm talking about. So I've got the purple one. I have used it. It's just it's clean and back in its box. Yeah, that's the Bonza Pro on its little stand there. And it's a 25mm with a small beauty ring that makes it 26mm. So these are what this RDA is what I'm going to be dropping under my chair. So let's so that's the deck of the Bonza Pro. So Can you hear me now, mate? That mic has run out. Can you hear me again? We back to sound. Can you hear me? So, like I was saying, if you didn't hear me, I've got the Bonza Pro D on, the original Bonza and the Bonza Mac kit. So, can you hear me? Yeah, we have sound. That is good. So, anyway, before the sound went off because my mic died, so it's a good job I've got two mics. Excuse me. Now, the reason that I liked the excuse me, the Bonza Pro this year for my purchase is, it doesn't matter which way I vaped it, it has been spot on. So dual coil, single coil, squonk mode in dual and single coil. I'm not a big squonker, but squonking, that is a great RDA. Now, it doesn't matter which way I've vaped it, it has always been top. Dual coil, single coil, like I say, squonk, non-squonk. It's an RDA that I haven't used in ages that has been brilliant and amazing across the board. You get some RDAs that are better just dripping, you get some that are better squonking, some that are good dual coil, some are good single coil. For me, this, whatever I put on it, it's amazing. So this is why, for me, for what I've purchased in 2025, the Bonza Pro RDA gets my vote for this one. So the last build of the night, or the stream, should I say. Thanks for the people that have stayed, and hopefully it wasn't too boring for you. So let me get these post holes open. On this one, I'm going to be using the Steamcraft coils. In this one, I'm going to be doing a single coil because I want to be doing a series coil. So I'm going to be doing a single coil. Like I say, this is my first experience having professionally made coils, or using professionally made coils, because I normally make my own coils. So these are Steamcraft custom designed coils. If you use them, you know how good they are. If you haven't used them, maybe try checking out this company. So these are series coils, 3.5mm 8 wraps. So the 0.36 is a dual coil, I'm assuming. So I'm assuming single coil is going to be around about the 0.7 mark, but we'll see. So they come like that in a nice tin with a sliding door that comes off, and they come in this little zip tight bag. So these are staggered fused Claptons, which is a coil that I do use. So I have had these since the Ohms are on tour last year, and I wanted to save them for a live. So yeah, they're supposed to be good coils, Dion. Like I say, this is my first time experiencing professional made coils. I'm not talking coils that you can just buy from miscellaneous people. I'm talking like Steamcraft, talk about Coil Magician, Dave Watman coils, you know, and people like that, Chappie coils and stuff like that. So obviously this is going to be a better quality wire that I'm used to using, but they look absolutely sweet as anything, those coils. If I can do it without dropping them or dropping it. Try and get you a nice close-up of the craftsmanship of these coils. Definitely. Yeah, Dave's a nice guy. He's the gentleman that I bought these off his stand at the Ohms or on tour. So yes, definitely. They look absolutely beautiful. And like I say, probably a lot more nicer quality wire than what I am currently using. So I've undone my post holes for the single coil. So let's get these cut. So I can't remember for the Bonza Pro, but I'm going to start off with 6mm coil length, coil leg length, like that. There we are. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to sit that coil in there. That's all I'm going to do. I'm going to sit the coil in there. What I should have done is I'm going to take the reducer out, the top cap, because what I want to do here is I want to sort of measure the height. So I'm just screwing to get these out of the way for the reducer. So that's hitting the bottom. And I would say that is a decent height for that to get some undercoil action. So I'm going to leave it at 6 mils and I'm going to tighten these legs down. There we are. So that's the legs tightened down. Yeah, definitely. So 6 mil is perfect. I just want to get it center and in between those posts, like so. So what I'm going to do is just take that off, or just disconnect it, zero out the mod, put that back on. Is it a new coil? Yes, it is. So this is a 0.17, is it? Did I do that right? So zero it out again. Is it a new coil? Yes, right. So it was right. So standard one, the starting resistance is 1.7, 0.17, should I say? Sorry. So I'm going to get it at 40 watts and then introduce some heat to it and go from there, guys. So cheers, still drinking, a bit tipsy, probably talking a load of crap, so I apologise. Tastes gorgeous, amazing. So I've got it at 40 watts to begin with, just to introduce some heat. So that's it, staggered fuse Claptons. So let's get some heat introduced to these. So you can see what's going on as well. So I'm introducing some heat and strumming at the same time. You can probably see that the legs are just heating up at the moment. So I'm going to put it down actually to 30 watts instead of 40. So I'm introducing heat. At the moment it is just the legs that are heating up. So I'm going to keep at it, introducing heat, strumming and pulsing. So like I was saying, if you get like lightning bolts like that's there, that's what's known as a hotspot if you're new to building. So that's what you have to work out. And same again, you want them glowing from the inside out. If you get hot spots and stuff like that, just do a little thingy like that. So I'm introducing the heat, trying to get it some heat into there. I'm going to do some pinching. Like I say, some people like pinching, some people don't like pinching. I like pinching. It helps. So this is going on a series mech mod. So what I want to do is I want to embed the wattage in there, but because series, they give you the full 8.4 volts of your battery, so you're looking over 100 watts. So what you want to make sure is that at high wattage you don't have hotspots. So up to 70 watts. Here there's a little hotspot at 70 watts. So work that out. You want to work all these out and increase the wattage to around about what your batteries are going to be hitting that coil. So you want to make sure that there's no hot spots at that wattage. So I'm at 80, I'm at 90. So 90, they're glowing nice. 100 watts, they're still glowing nice, no hot spots. Let's go up to 120. So you know that I'm not messing around. 120 watts. You want to put that power through it to make sure that there's no hot spots, because you're getting full 8.4 volts of your batteries in a mech mod. So you want to be able to run it at that wattage without any hotspots whatsoever. So at 160 now, 160 watts, which should be more than enough just to make sure that they glow nicely. So I'm maxing this mod at 177. And as you can see, they're glowing nicely and there's no hotspots. So let's remove that and let it cool down. Zero out the mod. I definitely want it lower than that wattage. So give that time a couple of minutes just to cool down. Just to cool down. So we can talk a bit just while that's cooling down. I mean, there is I don't know if you can hear it, but there is a little bit of crackle in this one. Not a lot of crackle, but there is a little bit of crackle in this. Amazing flavour. For an RDA that's so old, banging flavour. So yeah, that is tasty. This is tasty. Not bad. Nearly going on 4 hours now, guys. Flipping it. Nearly midnight. So Dubai chocolate, absolutely bloody tasty. Whew. So everybody is still with us who needs to be with us. So guys, check everything's good. So the stream has gone quick, most definitely. I mean, normally I stream for a couple of hours, 2 to 3 hours, Dion, but with it being my first stream of 2026, there's no time limit on this one. But it's not over yet. So this should have cooled down, which it has. So let's see the final resistance for this. Is it a new coil? Yes. So let's get you back down here. So that is the coil as it is, nice blue. And Final resistance is 0.65. There we are. Let's get this wicked up. So 3.5 millimeters. Need some decent amount of cotton. So I'll pull that much away. Now there probably will be a bit of waste with this coil. So pull that through. Proper love this cotton. It's perfect. So it's nice, it's not too thick, and it's still fluffy. Fluffy duffy, as they say. So I'm going to roughly measure it and cut. Don't forget, guys, you need small scissors. It's important. Can't be having no big scissors doing stuff like this. There we are. That should be good. So I am going to be thinning this out. That's how I've got it so far. So I will be thinning this out. Just want to thin the ends out to help with that capillary action. So I want to pull off any excess and give it a little trim, which I'm going to do there. And I'm going to do just there. So keeping it all still fluffy and stuff, I'm just going to tuck it into the juice well. Now the juice well isn't thick, isn't deep, really deep. So it's a shallow one, but doesn't affect the performance in any way. So I just want that to hit the bottom of the deck, like so, like that. So once we're juiced up and everything, that'll be a little bit better, but that's where we are so far. So for the juice that I'm going to use in this, you're re-wicking yourself. That's good, mate. That's good. That's good. So this juice that I'm going to be using is another one from the guy that makes my juice. It's a peanut butter juice. There is something else mixed in it, but that's all I can say about the juice. You did your borrow earlier. That is good. Following on. So it's a peanut butter juice and it has got something else in there from the same person. Can't talk much about it. But is a very, very tasty juice. So let's get this saturated and pulsed. So as you can see, as you add and pulse, it draws that liquid in there. So I am going to put extra on the cotton. It just makes it easier as well to put into place as well. So this I can clean up what I'm doing. And again, over drip. So Kendo Vape cotton, it is proper absorbent. Can't fault it one bit. It's one of those cottons that you're either gonna like it or hate it. But that's why there's so many different cottons out there. You know, everybody's different. They have different flavors, different needs, different ways they like to vape. So that's why there's different cottons out there. Like I say, I do prefer Kendo or Firebolt. So there we are, all built and ready. Perfect. So let's get the single reducer in the top cap. So in the top cap there's a little tab just there, as you can see there, corresponds with that little runner there at the top. So that little divot in here needs to line up with that groove just here. So pop that single coil reducer in there. So this is a modern RDA, so there's tabs that sits on the RDA and corresponds with the tabs that are on the end just there. So let's get the top cap on. Spin it, and that is in. And that is not touching anything and is perfect. There we are. So drip tip is on. Now what am I going to put this on? Now I'm going to put this on a mech, and it isn't a named brand of any kind because it's a mech that I made myself. And I don't mean that it's a mech that I've collaborated with somebody or a company and they've made. It's literally I've made it myself. And it is this one. Now, I don't know if I've shown this or done this in a previous build, but this is my series homemade box mod. Button's a bit different. I just wanted something a bit different. 26 mils is your limit there. That's underneath, all around, and very light enclosure, which is perfect. So we have battery sled in series mode. We've got a MOSFET just there, switch, switch to cut the power to the switch, as well as your wiring and everything and soldering just there. So like I say, this is one that I've made myself. It's not a named brand or anything, it's just one that I've done myself. Something that I've always wanted to do over the years, and I got a chance to do it a couple of years back. Made 2 box mod, 1 parallel, 1 series. So this is what it is. Everything that is in this box was purchased from modmaker.com. So he is a really nice guy, Rick, and you can get all these pieces that I've used: wire, battery sled switch, 510 connection, fire switch, enclosure, battery sled. Everything was from Mod Maker. So series, use some batteries. I've got separate batteries for separate stuff: series, parallel, single, and what have you. So there we are. So make sure you put your batteries in correct, because I didn't make it with any safety fuses or anything. So if I put it in wrong, then something bad will happen. So there we are, some booby wraps, ODB booby wraps just there. So this switch here is just for the fire button, cuts the power from the fire button. Right, let's get this Bonza Pro off there. So I am going to use the little collar and put it on. Now I have used this RDA on this box mod before, and I think it just goes together because of the and I use this just simply because it goes together nicely, purple on purple. So nothing will go to it now because it's switched off. Flick the switch up. There we are. We have got power. There we are. Power, power, power. So this is fully semi-mechanical because it's got a MOSFET in there, but there's no wattage. Full 8.4 volts. Straight to the coil. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Wow. Oh, wow. So, guys, what I am going to do, thank you for the two that are still here. I appreciate you so much. So, what I'm going to do is I am going to go back to FaceTime and, I don't know, have a chat, see how it goes, and go from there, I think. So I'm going to put you back to FaceTime where you were at the beginning of the stream, and we'll have a vape and chat and do whatever. I got to admit, straight off the bat, those coils were... This coil, oh my god. I thought my coils were nice, but that coil shits over my coil, and I don't mind saying that because I don't see myself as some major coil builder or anything. I just make coils for myself and friends and stuff if they make it. But like I say, I've never experienced a professional coil before, and I've got to admit, wow, absolute wow. I think I've been missing out, to be fair, on professional coils, but boy, I don't mind saying that is clean, crispy, and flavorful. a lot more crispy and a lot more flavorful than my own coils. But that all depends on wire as well, the type of wire that you use. A higher grade wire or a much nicer wire, obviously, is going to give you the best coil. I'm not using the best wire, but right, guys, let me get you back to FaceTime and we'll talk. Sorry, guys, I'm working with one. Camera and stuff like that. Wow. So let's get you back into that mode. I see my ugly mug just there. Slaphead. Now let's get you back there. Definitely some nice coils there. So what have we got today? So we have the Hell's Gate. So it's not originally what I built with the kit, but I do have the 13 Heavens, 9 Hells on there. So it's the Hell's Gate dual ATI setup. With Dubai chocolate in there, tasty as hell. Okay, John, thanks for joining, mate. I appreciate it. I'll speak to you soon. So in this one, I've got Dubai chocolate. Let me just make this all bloody legal for YouTube. So I've still got this Dubai chocolate in this one. Beautiful. I can't complain. Like I say, that 13 Heavens, 9 Hells is a lot better than those Yep RDAs. A lot better. A lot better. So also I've got the Paraxis mech with the Mutation XV3. Got the Alien in there, 26 gauge, 36 gauge Aliens, 5 wrap 3mm. And that one's got my G14 classified custard juice in there. It is mixed with something else. Can't complain with that. Still good flavour, I can't complain about the flavour one bit. So the Dubai chocolate. Let me load that Mochoco up. So we've got them two. Perfect. And then my favourite RDA of 2025 is the Bonza Pro, which I've currently got in single coil mode on this handmade box mod that I made myself series. Button placement is slightly different. I wanted something different, same as what I did with my parallel box mod. and it does feel comfortable. So single Steamcraft coil that I'm experiencing for the first time series. So I've got it in a single coil mode in this with the single coil reducer, and I've got it with this other juice that is peanut butter based but is mixed with something else. Right, now that we've got that out of the way, I can do that. So I appreciate everybody that is still here. I can't believe the time. It's getting on to midnight. So this is my favorite RDA, the Bonza Pro. Wow. Now, I know I'm coughing there, I'm just a bit dry mouth, but those Steamcraft coils, wow. Absolutely wow. I have been missing out, guys. I have really been missing out. There's me thinking my coils are bloody great. And don't get me wrong, coils, they're not bad. Not bad whatsoever. But those Steamcraft coils, wow. Check them out, guys. Steamcraft coils. If you've never used Steamcraft coils, go check them out. These coils are amazing. Amazing. So I'm going to have to definitely try some other coils from coil makers. So definitely want to try some Dave Watman coils. So if you don't follow Dave Watman, he is on Instagram and Facebook. He makes coils professionally. If you don't know him, give him a follow. And Steamcraft, also give a follow. And Kevin Freeman, Magician Coils, go give them a follow as well. Tasty. Really, really clean. That isn't the coils, guys, or the wicking or anything. It's a series. And it needs to have plenty of juice. But I am a bit dried mouth. So who's still with us in the live? I know there's 2 people. Who's still with us? Really clean. Really, really clean. Dion, you're still here. Thanks. I appreciate it. And Scan. I really hope I'm pronouncing your name right. Yeah, Scan, I already know that, mate. I know Jaff. I know Dave. So definitely. I can always get a discount. I know them anyway, so I'm sure they'll give me some discount anyway. Never used that. Micra Coils. Is that a UK-based coil maker? All right. Never heard of them, to be fair, Dion. But like I say, for somebody who makes their own coils, doesn't know many coil makers. I do know some popular ones from the UK, like I say, Dave Watman, Magician Coils, EDC Coils, Chappie Coils, you know, coil makers like that. But that one I haven't heard of at all, or haven't come across them. So guys, have you enjoyed this live? The best way you can support this channel is to like, subscribe and comment. Also share. And for the replay crew, your likes and your comments will help push this video up because we are not liked by YouTube. Nature Vapes, I have heard of them but never used them. Dion. So 3 setups for today's build. Hopefully this is going to be a regular thing like it was before, every week. Tuesday, different day. I used to do it on a Wednesday, but I'm doing it on a Tuesday now, 8 p.m. every week. So if you want to explore some of the stuff from yesteryears and learn how to make coils, then definitely tune in every week, Tuesday at 8 p.m. I haven't used Helvate wire in years. Some tasty stuff here. I've got to say, I have made my own coils, but my favourite coil has to be Steamcraft coil that I've got in the Bonza Pro. But that just looks sexy as fuck, that. On the Bonza Pro with my homemade box mod just there. Beautiful. I haven't tried Dave's coils, which after trying Steamcraft, I might actually reach out to Dave and some people and see if I can get some coils off them. Because that Steamcraft coil is it's up there. It's better than my coils, let's put it that way. A lot better than my coils. With my coils, I get a bit of a kick on the throat. These coils, it's just smooth, really smooth. Yeah, extremely smooth. And I love this peanut juice. I'm using it sparingly until I can get more, or I have money to get more. But definitely that one is definitely a one where I need to get a litre of it. Definitely. He stopped as well. Yeah. There's loads though, Dion. There is loads of people that make coils. Right, guys, I am going to leave it there. It's been 4 hours and 17 minutes, and it's been a long one, but an enjoyable one for me, and I hope it's been an enjoyable one for you guys also. So, like I say, the best way you can support this channel is like, subscribe, and comment, and also share. Also, for the hashtag replay crew, your likes and your comments will help push this video up to people who need to see it as well. I'm here every week, Tuesday, 8 p.m. every week. I will be doing something. We'll be exploring some aspect of my collection, retro collection of yesteryears. So don't forget to tune in. I really appreciate everybody that's tuned in. I know it's not been a lot, but I probably will get some on the replay as well. But for those who have joined, I love all the way. And I'm talking gibberish because I'm pissed. And I talk a load of crap as well. So I hope that doesn't mess you up. And hopefully I will get better. Don't forget to comment. Tell me how I can make my videos better. Apart from the camera situation that I've currently got. I am working on it. But like I say, the way things are, and obviously it being January, money is scarce, but I am making it better. Please comment below how can I make these streams a lot better for you to enjoy a lot more than what you are now. So I'll leave it there. It has been a blast. Thank you for everybody that showed up. Shout out to the hashtag replay crew. First live stream of 2026, and hopefully many more after as well. Okay, hopefully this year will be my year, and I'll be not so much lazy about posting and videos and stuff, but I do enjoy doing the lives because I can interact with my audience. It's why I tend to stay away from reviews, because I can't communicate with you live like I have been with so many of you that's dropped in today, and I do appreciate it. Lots of love. So I'm gonna stop waffling and end it there. I've got a few clicks before I am done. So again, thanks again everybody for joining. Hashtag replay crew. I will see you next week, Tuesday, 8 p.m. and I'll see you soon. So don't forget, guys, drip, rip, and innovate.